Hello, everyone. We are live. Welcome. You could be watching from anywhere in the country. You could be watching from anywhere in the country and the world. And although the weather is not really too good, we're going to see how this goes. And if everything goes well, we will talk about some things and go from there. All right. All right. Hello. And now I'm going to put the chat on the screen. Let's see. All right. So it does seem like, as I was saying, there are some, not with my connection per se, but with the weather in general. It's making things not like they could be, but looks like we're still going. So welcome everybody, and those that may be watching or listening, seeing this as a rerun. All right. So usually I start off with a game, and it appears that from what I'm seeing, okay, it's starting to do a little better, but all right. So last time I went live, I did a live stream about me outside with my phone, and also what I did was I showed you all around the yard, and it was also like a St. Patrick's Day special. I showed you all the little clovers and things, and I will do those again, of course. I like the I like the streams and the with the phone outside or anywhere. It's pretty cool. And I was just thinking for a second, I possibly could even do one with the phone if something doesn't go right with this because of the weather. And so the time before that, we were trying to do some live streams, but what happened was we had a situation with the the weather. It was very bad, like it is now. It's not too bad, but it's not really great. So we had those situations to deal with, and before that, we were talking about the mermaids and the leprechauns, and how with the alien conspiracy theory about how some of these interdimensional beings, or these, say through a religious perspective, these demons were shape-shifting into different things. And Sarah, one of the people in the chat, was telling us about the Japanese mermaids and stuff, so that was pretty cool. And also, as I said, right now it's not, the connection isn't the greatest it could be, but I'm going to attempt the game anyway and see how that goes while we wait for the others to come through. People may not quite remember this is happening because it's been a little while since I've done the lives, but I think also there's people that are doing other things and will come to the stream at some point or watch the rerun. But I usually do this anyway. All right, let's see how this goes. All right, the game is starting. Pinning this comment. I'm pinning a comment about the weather, so people can know what's going on about the weather. Okay, and I'm going to do that because we don't have to hear the sound, which is okay to hear the sound, but I don't usually play the sounds. Okay. Alright, there's our game. I'm going to put this down below a little bit. And let's get this started. Okay. Alright, here we are. We're down, and I'm also going to talk about the different topics and things while I do this. the different topics and stuff that I'm going to discuss. It's kind of it's not completely a repeat of the last one, but it'll have some of the other stuff in it from the last one. Okay. I press shift. There we go. Okay. Mary Toodles came in and shout out to her. Alright. I'm going to do some minor repairs here. I like how the water looks. It looks really cool. Nice and ambient looking. And starting off with the week, it's been raining a lot. It's good for the plants, but it's tedious to go outside and do things in for some. And I like those are able to stay in with the weather. It's nice because you could get to watch, you get to see be inside. It's nice and cozy, but it's not cozy to be out there in the weather. So I can understand both perspectives about it. And I've been doing good working on my projects that doesn't have to do too much with the channel, and things that do have to do with the channel, and researching things and stuff. So I hope all of you have been having a good week, and my week has been going very well. And with the trials, very interesting stuff has been going on with the different trials. I like how in the one on Friday, yesterday I was watching how with the Young Thug trial, how the lawyer stood up for his client. And I think that was very good to do, and standing up for what he believes in, and with the trial and stuff. It was really a moving thing to see. And it was very epic, and a lot of people said it's one of the most epic fights, not physical, but verbal arguments that the other people in the chat have seen. So I think that was very good, and we'll see how that trial goes. And also, I think everybody should have a fair trial, and the judge, different people shouldn't show bias. And I think the chat also plays an important role in the opinions about different things and stuff. I remember that from the Johnny Depp trial. It's nice to see people come together for a common cause. And I see Billy right there. It's good to see you again, Billy. I'll read what you're saying in a moment. Alright. Do this one little thing, and the ship will be completely repaired. Yeah. And the weather is kind of coldish. We're hammering that. And it really should be completely repaired already, I think, but it wants to play games. We can play games. It's okay. Okay, here we go. Alright, ship's repaired. Alright. Now I'm going to bring up this chat, and I can see what Billy is saying. Good morning, alien. Alright. And he also says, nice to hear your voice. Thank you. It's nice to see you in chat, Billy. It's been a while since I've, in spite of the weather, which it's not good right now.
I'm here. I'm just not on there right now.
I know. In spite of I want to go live anyway because it's something that I wanted everybody to, at this time, and I'll see. Okay, here we go. No, Billy, you weren't mean. You're perfectly fine. I did not say you were mean or anything. Or hinting that. I don't know. And you're always cool to chat with, and also, it could have been also a joke possibly, but in all seriousness, it was nice to have you here and all. Also, another situation was with so yeah, he's being serious. So basically, nothing happened. So what happened was I wasn't going live the past few times because of the bad weather, and the weather isn't really good, but it's been a little bit. Although I do like doing those other streams I did a little bit earlier, which I would do a live stream at night. I mean, around this time anyway, I mean, and we would still have the same group. There's like different groups that come through in the different times. That's with the different time zones. It's very interesting. Never really thought about that, but it's really interesting to see it play out. So I was that was pretty cool, and I wanted to just do the computer live stream like I did before. It's been a long time, and I had everything ready to have the best experience as possible in spite of the weather situation. And it looks like the lights are flickering actually, like something might go out, electricity in general. So, because it's very windy out there. And yeah, Billy, you were not mean or anything. You're always good in chat. You didn't do anything wrong. All right, facts. And Billy, I hope your week has been going well. And everybody likes chatting with you, Billy. There's no complaints about you. You're welcome. All right, well, some bounty hunters. Drink some water, because that's what I do. Billy says preventively. Hi, Mary. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, as I was saying, continuing what I was talking about before, so the lawyer is named Steele, and what happened was we were, watching, and he felt that the judge was very rude to him, and he had enough of him because there was a very long period of time where they would have these different arguments going back and forth, and he didn't want to embarrass the court. Steele said, and he went on. He let him have it very calmly, of course. Let him have it, and at one point he even said, "I'll die right now." And it's like he really meant business, and he wanted his client to have a fair trial, and it was something really epic to see, and I think it's moving that people are passionate enough about what they're doing and standing up for what they believe in, whatever it is, to like die on the hill, so to speak. So that was really cool to see, and he also wanted a mistrial because of the poor conduct. There's a war going on here, chat. There's a big war going on in the sea. Yeah, your fair people will be showing up soon. Yes, really. Also, Billy, another situation happened which I talked about on the the phone stream, but I'm not going to really stop talking about this. But so basically, they got the channel with the trials. They got bought out by somebody, by a group, and they got rid of the director and the mods that have been there for a long time. And the chat and I are very triggered about that over there at Long Crime. And also, it caused a lot of confusion at first. And then what happened was, because I saw, like, Jen wasn't a mod on Friday, and one of the Fridays, and I'm like, something occurred. They didn't really tell us anything. Then later, the director Addie made a statement about it and talked about it on a live stream, and she's cool with it. She's not upset about it. So, but yeah, but it's an upsetting situation. And a lot of people are very triggered, and I'm still triggered about it. Hopefully, everything goes well, and I think what basically is going to happen is, in my opinion, they're going to replace them with new people, new mods and stuff. But there's still one mod there that a person that like works directly, like at the trials and stuff. The name's Morgan. And yeah, so shout out to the mods that were over there and the ones that are still there, which is not really a mod, it was somebody that works there, but they still have mod privileges. It's a lot of complicated stuff. So that's what's going on, Billy, with the trial channel that I told you about before, that because that I like to watch with the other people. It's cringe in some ways, and there's some like trolls and stuff that are kind of escalating a little bit over there. Well, it varies. Sometimes more than others. And also another situation with some people were happy about it because they wanted to just troll around and they didn't like the mods, and they said stuff when they were gone, which is funny. Like ironic. Not like it's haha, but like, oh wow, you're gonna say it when they're gone. Yeah, so that is, but besides that, making a lot of headway with learning stuff from the trials and seeing the different trials is going good. The people that are working at the channel are cool people, and still chat with the forum mods and different people there, and a lot of the people from there also subscribed to the channel recently, and throughout the different time periods, and more coming to this channel, so shout out to them. And they like the shorts and stuff I put out. I recently put one out about the possum, the little baby possum. Also, Billy in chat and people watching reruns, is that basically there's this situation that happened where my grandpa next door, on the side of his house, there is the situation where there is a giant square, like a piece of sheetrock covering it or something, some kind of board, and he's too old to do the plaster and stuff on it. And then, so he got some people to do it, which is cool. Also, I'll see what you're saying, Billy. I see what you're saying. I'm going to put this little period here so I could read it in a moment. Yeah, so basically what happened was, yeah, so these people are going to go and do some work on this house with the crack, and over there with the wall. Now, fast forward a little bit. Yesterday, like 2 days ago, and my friend, if you, Billy, you remember Nash and his detailing, my friend I told you all about, he was calling me, because so I woke up one morning, and then I was like hearing, the wind was blowing on me from my fan, and it was really cold, so I was turning the heater on, and then I went to the bathroom, and I looked at my phone randomly, and I see that he was calling, kind of early-ish in the morning, and then I said, okay, well, what's up? And he said, come outside. And I was about to get my stuff, my pants on and everything, my shorts, and he said, come in the back. I was even more confused, and then I find out basically what I did was, he was in the back with his uncle, and his uncle and him were the ones that were doing the plaster and then putting the new board on that square hole in the side of my grandpa's house. And it was nice to see him, and we talked for a little while, and it was really cool. And we caught up on some things. We talked about YouTube, and he likes the streams, and he likes you, Billy, and chat. I knew him since first grade, and it was very exciting and a blessing, a big blessing that God orchestrated at the right time. The wind blowing on me, I look on the phone at the right time. I could have missed it. And the next day, they came, and I had made sure I was able to hear the phone. At 7 in the morning, they came out, and I opened the gate for them on the side, and they did the work on it. I could show you all some pictures of it a little bit later, probably, or something like that. So basically, they did a good job. And I'm glad he got to spend some time out here, and Nash and stuff is doing pretty good. So basically, with Nash, I enjoyed that him and his uncle came out here and did their thing. And Billy says my connection speed is fast tonight. All right. And also Billy says I enjoyed your yard. I watched it after as I was scheduled overlap, but your insect stuff was badass. Thank you, Billy. Yeah, I don't know where Amanda is. Hopefully she'll come later. All right. So, okay, Billy. So what I was saying was basically with my friend. Okay, so I woke up one morning and Nash called my friend I told you all about, and I was at the right place at the right time to see that a call was coming in that early a couple of days ago, and then it was him. He told me to come outside, and I saw him in the back, and I was trying to get my shorts on. I thought he was in the front, but he was in the back. So basically, what happened was we went out there. I went out there, not we, me. I went out there, and him and his uncle were the two people that were going to be working on the square hole on the side of my grandpa's house. They put some new plaster on it and the new board, and I was very glad to see them out there. I'm glad that my friend from school was the one to do it with his uncle. And the day after, which was the other day, in the morning, they came out around 7, and I opened the gate up for them, and they cut the piece of wood, they took the other piece of wood off, and they put plaster and stuff on it, and they did really well. And I took a nap briefly, then I went out back, and they were finishing up, and it was really cool. We all talked for a little bit, and they went back up to Mississippi North Shore area. So shout out to them. I was glad to see them. All right, doing pretty good today. So my week has been going pretty well, and it was nice seeing an old friend, and he watches the stream, so shout out to Nash. And everything's been going great with the other streams I attend and do stuff on there. And the different videos and stuff that are coming out, different things with the channel. So I'm very glad for that. And I'm glad that you're here with me, Billy, for now. I'm glad you're here with the stream, and it's been a little while since we talked. It's nice to see you again. Oh, they sunk me. They hit me with a very heavy artillery that takes down any ship. So, I had no chance. I did not expect that. Oh, that's a new ship, that's why. Oh, you think so? Thank you, Billy. I'm glad that you like the St. Patrick's Day one. Also, there are some shorts I did about the water clover, because when I was a kid, they would tell me about the water clover. I mean, they would tell me the four-leaf clover. One teacher was like, the four-leaf clover wasn't real, that I was seeing or something, that there's not a whole field of them, but there were a full field of four-leaf clovers, and I was right. It's called the water clover. So there is a four-leaf clover like that, like what I was describing. Thank you, Billy. With the garden with plants and bugs. Yeah, they're both very fascinating. The plants and bugs. Wrong one. This one. All right. Switching windows around. Yeah. So it's very fascinating with the nature and different things like that. Hey, Essie. Good to see you. And it's very fascinating to see the different nature stuff. In the yard, there's so many different critters, little bugs and things. It's very fascinating indeed. Yes. Glad you enjoyed that, Billy. Alright, that's where it is, because I need to resurrect the ship. Alright. And SC, I hope your week has been going well. Okay. I repaired the ship because they hit me with very heavy artillery that would sink any ship. It was a new ship that I didn't know would have that. Okay. Alright. Plug this in. Okay. Continuing. Well, sorry to hear about your aunt's SE. Yeah, on both sides. Wow. Yeah, it sounds very crazy. Yes, indeed. So we're gonna try this again. Exactly. Give him, yeah, give him a break. Exactly. Yeah. All right. They were doing really great with these graphics. Wow, that's beautiful. That looks gorgeous. Okay, here we go. Oh, and also SC, my corn is coming up really well. It's doing really good. Also, the peppers so far, I don't think they really germinated yet, but they take a little while to germinate, especially with the cooler weather. I think I see them coming up, but I don't really think they're peppers exactly. I'm not too sure exactly if what I see coming up is really the peppers or not, but the peppers will come. They always come. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna ram into this other ship. Amen, Billy. Yes. Yeah, see, it's like that down here. It's cold one day and hot the next. And SC says all I can say is wait it out because one lives in Arizona, the other Florida. Whoa, 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 whoa. Ooh, okay, okay, I can dodge that. Okay. Well, because one lives in Arizona, the other in Florida, so I'm waiting phone call and stuff. Oh, whoa! It's like there's not enough of SC to go around. You're not interdimensional like I am, so you can't be in physically in two different places at once. So, yeah, man, prayers out to you, SC, and your family. That's really hectic and rough to go through, on top of all the other stuff you have to do. Because I'm sure, I know, like being a nurse has to be very stressful in general. Just that alone would be stressful. Yeah, Billy. Yes, yes. I hope everything's going good with like your work and stuff. Also, and everything else that you're going through. Yeah, because life can get really hectic and out of hand. Absolutely. My grandma's okay, but she had some complications with some medicine, and she's a little bit sick right now. But she's has some other medicine and will hopefully be doing better. She hasn't seen the cat since Saturday, so yeah. I'm also dealing with some things as well on my end. I completely understand the situation. Now you see those they're trying to fire heavy artillery at me. This is what happened. Like the last time they flew it at me, they got a catapult, a medieval catapult, and they flinged it at me like a hot bucket of shit. I want to take out all these ships you see here. You see? Yeah, watch out for the Corsair. Uh oh. They hit me with heavy artillery. If I can make it to the shore, I'll live. This is pretty messed up. Okay. If one more cannon hits me, I sink. I meant to go straight to the shore, not straight that way. Alright. Wow. Funny chat. That's good. Chat wants to help each other out. That's really good. It's always good to help each other out. So shout out the chat, caring for each other. Hello, Casimirio. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. It's good to see you again. It's been little while since I've done the live streams. And they're hitting me with very heavy artillery in the game that I've never seen before. So, this is something new. I'd probably try to... And Casimirio, yes, share with us the new information you have to tell us about. I like the. I'm all ears, and so is chat. Casimirio has a very great news information about various things. The behemoth. I want to keep a very safe distance so I don't get hit by this thing. Yeah, because last time. See, they're fleeing hot shit at me. I completely missed, but I want to turn around a little bit and we're gonna get them. But I have to keep a very far distance because they're all fleeing this stuff at me that could sink the whole ship. I was off. I'm glad all of you are watching. I'm glad that y'all are here. We'll engaging in the content. Okay, Casimirio. He says that after the live stream, he's going to make a post about it in the comments section. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. You could do that. Yeah, on these streams, they don't really put a long thing for us to chat. But this is their small little chats. Hello, Matt. Welcome. Good to see you. All right, this stupid ship way out there that's on fire. I'm gonna go after it and sink it. So they sunk me once, and they almost sunk me a second time because some of these ships are fleeing hot shit. They didn't do that before. They used to just like sprinkle it on the side, but they're catapulting it now. Got him. Yeah, team spaceship. Facts. Alright, got one chest. Now I'm gonna go after the other ones and get some more. Then a little later we'll get into some of the other things I talk about. Alright, we got some more plunder. Facts. Now these are a little bit more dangerous. These newer ships that are flaying this stuff, I have to be really careful because. Right. Yes. Okay, we're going to go and strike. Okay. Alright, got him. So basically the the mermaids and those different mythical creatures from a religious perspective, them being real, were some type of interdimensional entity, which many have this theory about it, or some kind of offspring of them. So, and they could they could appear as aliens or fairies or different things, or something called the Night Terror. I think that's something else, like these strange dreams of the different nightmares and things could be influenced by them. So also the Nephilim biblically, so from a religious perspective, were the offspring of the fallen angels and humans and other creatures too on the earth. So that's some things we'll be diving into again, like before. All right, there we go. And it missed. It missed. But I'll say I like the new graphics in the game. I like the. It's really cool. Let's see. This time I could get this done without syncing again. That'll be perfect right there. That'll do a number on it. And I'm glad that Joe Rogan and other podcasts are interested in the aliens being about the aliens in general and about their origins of possibly being the fallen angels. And there's good and bad ones. So there's also good angels and bad angels, like a chariot of fire picked up Prophet Elijah. And that sounds like a UFO. Oh. Yep. They got me pretty good. So I have to go drift and quickly go to an island, or else the whole ship will sink. Okay. If one more thing hits me, it'll sink. It wasn't like this before in the game. But it's still, I'm going to still do well in the game and do good. I just have to get used to this new setting, how they have all these, they're hurling fire at the ship that would sink any ship. So I have to keep practicing to adjust to the new situation. All right. Casimirio earlier said he has a lot of information to tell us, and he's going to, after when the stream's over, he's going to post a comment about what he wanted to say so we can know what's going on with whatever he's saying. So after the stream, like come back to the stream, look in the comment section, and you'll see that he said something. I want to go out and make an attempt to repair this in spite of the danger of doing this because it's pretty much dead. Hope it didn't freeze on me. Okay, good. Alright. Quickly, I'm going to repair this. This is the quickest one, so I'm going to do some braces. I'm going to patch up some holes. In chat, I want to get to you all in a moment and read what y'all are saying. Uh, it's a little bit of a situation with this right now. All right, that's terrible. It's okay. Okay, Casimirio. I have to go back and look because I don't think I saw a comment from you on the phone live. All right, my friend in the game is on board. So shout out to Sam. He's in the game. He's on board with us now. All right. Yeah, I got to tell him about what's been going on because they've been hitting me with very heavy artillery. Oh, okay, okay. I'll check it out, Casimirio, and read it to everybody. All right, so here we go. I'll put that there, there. No, I'm pumping. Yeah, I like with the game. I mean, with the daytime stream. I mean the one in my yard. It's like when the explorers went to different islands and saw different stuff. Really cool. And I see what y'all are saying. It's good y'all are connecting, doing good with each other. It's really good. Well, if he wants to, if Casemiro wants to be a mod, he can. It's just the way it works is if they want to be a mod, it's like they could ask because some people may not want to be a mod. So he can if he like, if he would like. It's up to him. All right. I'm gonna tell this dude what happened on here. All right. So I was telling my friend the game, like they've been throwing these fire things at me. Yeah, time to pay back. We're about to go and sink these ships. Facts. All right. And after I get this done, I'll read what Casimirio said. All right. Time to plunder. All right, now we are attacking the different ships. Here we go. Hopefully this game isn't trying to be unfair because I hit that thing with a cannon and it's not doing anything. They probably rigging the game against me. Okay, I'm seeing some damage. They're not trying to rig it. Okay, we sunk a whole bunch of them at once. All right, I'll get these over here. Saying there's some lag in the game, and yeah, it's because of the weather. And then we're going out here. We're going to sink some more of these things. I want to do a couple of. Just get some more treasure, and then I'll go and read what Casimirio said. Yes, LOL. Okay, so I was just seeing which direction I have to go for the other thing I'm doing. So it's south. Alright. Alright. Shout out to all of you here. Very cool. Right now we're going through and we're about to attack this. Welcome, Billy. Yeah, that thing just chilling out there like a giant. Like, that's the elephant in the middle of the room right there. That's what that is right there. That's the literal meaning of the elephant in the middle of the room. Okay. We're going down this way because this is where a lot of these morons that try to sink me are. Well, Bubbles, the cat's next to me. I didn't even realize it, so shout out to him. It's pretty cool. They're going to go out here and sink some of the greyhounds and stuff. Facts. We got him. Alright, so now we're gonna go and take out some more of these ships to avenge the sinking of the Duchess. Alright, this is the area where we had some problems, so we're gonna go and take these ships out directly. It's a lot like the movie Masters and Commanders. The artwork is so great in the game. It's amazing what they're able to do with this. That one's kind of a dangerous ship. We're gonna get both of these ships right now. Yeah, so I'll be glad to go over the thing I went over the other Friday. Oh, good, good. Okay, I made it. I upgraded a couple of levels. Like one of the Fridays I went live. I'm gonna go over that again. In a little bit. Here we go. Whoa. We got a bounty hunter right here. Whoa. Okay, looks like we're gonna have to go out in the ocean. We're gonna fight this thing like we did before. Yeah, so this being a teamwork effort is pretty good, and that helps out a lot. So shout out to Sam in chat. Alright, so shout out to Mary Toodles. Says hi, Essie and Billy. Alright, we're gonna turn around and we're gonna fight this bastard. Be very careful. Doesn't look like we're completely as far away as I would like to be. If I'm too close to it, it could try to throw fire at me. Alright, Sam's doing good. Okay, yeah, we're doing pretty good. Here we got the bounty hunter. Hurrah. Huzzah. And I'm going to put this here. Alien, you hooked up 2 caregivers on the internet. You don't know what good you have actually done. Thank you, man. Well, you're welcome, Billy. They say, like, in the future, the dots connect. Sometimes it doesn't make sense, like looking like forward, things don't make sense when you look back. So, yes, you're welcome. I'm glad that I was a help, Billy. You know, I knew I wanted to go live tonight on here, in spite of the unfortunate weather situation. That the weather wants to be bad on the days I do live streams, for some reason. Or maybe the aliens are trying to control the weather and they don't want people to know different things. Beautiful moon on the Caribbean. Another bounty hunter that has hatred. Ooh. Alright. Alright, good. Doing good joint attack. Okay, we got another bounty hunter. Facts. Okay, so a shout to all of you, and the moon's out, and we're waiting for another bounty hunter to come through because, yeah, there's one way out in the distance. In the game, I said ARG. ARG. Alright, we got some stupid thing out in the distance over there. Mary's very tired. Billy. Okay, here we go. Ah, I got him. Stupid. This maneuver is very precise. This thing's sinking. Hilarious. Okay. Boom. Bam. Alright, we made it. Okay. I have to go back to... We made it a full level. Okay. You see the pirate hat? I got the highest level. Now we're gonna go figure out where the Devil's Anvil is. So I know where it is. Okay, I have to go back this. I have to go that way. Then we're gonna go forward. Let's see where exactly where the... Okay. It's past Port Royal. Will it pass Port Royal? Putting in a trajectory directly to... Let's see. Go a little bit this way. And we can hit directly. We will get to this voyage to Port Royal, to the Devil's Anvil. Checking my radar. I don't see any people coming through. They're gonna try to sink us. Alright, because the reason why I'm going not straight, because if I went straight, I would have to zigzag through a labyrinth of different islands. This way, I just go straight. It's kind of like what airplanes and real ships do. They go one way and they'll go cut straight in. Okay. And we'll see the coordinates. I'll go through. If I go a little bit more, I'll be adjacent to that. Okay, we got a stupid ship right here. Alright, so now we're going to go, we're adjacent, or nearly completely adjacent to Devil's Anvil. I just have to go through between the Spanish island and the French island. I just have to go through this sandwich right here. So now, going this way. Past the island. And then we're going to go right through. Now, I kind of missed a direct link to the Devil's Anvil. That's okay. I'm going to just kind of turn here, and we'll go through it this way. Now we're directly in the path of the Devil's Anvil. I'll probably take out these two ships and then I'll go and dock. Alright, here we go. Alright. Hitting them pretty good. Hitting them pretty good. Alright, fantastic. We're off to a great start. Also, remember with the Young Thug trial, how they had the witness and he didn't. They asked him the entire time about recordings of him from 2013, these prison calls and stuff, and he didn't remember. He said he didn't remember anything. He just the whole time he didn't remember. And he did not want to be there. And the last time he was talking about how he was high. He was about to fall asleep on everybody. He just that trial was real wild. I like the technology because there's a lot of things that go on in our time period that may not be great, but the technology is awesome that we all could connect like this. Because I know generations that are ahead of me that came before me are not they're not always too keen with the technology, but I love the technology. And I see SE says something, and I'm in a pickle. Uh-oh. Okay. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Move forward. Ooh, that was a close one. We almost died. Yeah, it's a goatee right now because I have the different styles, and eventually, soon it's going to go back to the clean shaven face. I had the beard for quite a while, but thank you, Essie. I'm glad you like it. All right, here we go. Yeah, he's nuclear striking these people now. Thanks, Essie. It's a pirate beard. Thank you. It's me close, and it didn't. The two buttons I pressed didn't press. Here we go. I'm not gonna make. I have to make sure I don't get the same. Oh, They hit us with the heavy artillery and we sunk. Oh, they both sunk. We all sunk. We all sunk. Wow. They're really going harder than they used to with this game. All right, let's see how much gold went down. Man, I've lost a lot of gold tonight because of this. They really did something with the game where they made it more intense. They cranked it up. I have to go learn around the different hoops and stuff. All right, I'm gonna tell him something. He's about to log off, and I am too. Now, the next time I play the game, we have to go back and. As I said, I could have docked, but it was okay to take another risk. But they really are amping up the ship warfare, which I'm doing good at. I just gotta get hang of the new tactics the enemy is using. All right, now I'll be getting to the other stuff. All right. Okay. Over here. Alright, so now what we're going to do, we are going to talk about these other things that I mentioned in this comment, in this thing right here. Well, I'll see what Casemiro has to say in a moment. Okay, Nephilims and Mermaids, okay. Alright, so we're going to talk about Mermaids and Nephilims. First, I'm going to see what Casemiro had to say, if it went through. Okay. Okay. I got the information from Casemiro. Okay, chat. I have the information from him. I'm about to read what he said. I could do this through the phone. I could read it on my phone. Alright, so I'm about to do something crazy here. Y'all gonna look a little goofy right now, and then we're gonna go back. I'm gonna read it through my phone. Oh, Mary, what they're doing in the game is that they're amping up the. It's much more. They're using fire. This fire stuff. I don't know, these fire cannons, they're really heavy that will sink every ship, any ship. And the whole time they kept throwing it at me, and it kept on sinking the ship. So I have to get used to that because I didn't do that before. Okay, so I'm going to read you all. Casimiro said, okay. Alright, so this is from Casimiro. Shout out to him. The following is a list of rural underground access point indicators. A well maintained branch road leading to a little used park recreational facility, electricity power lines that are routed near a facility when such routing results in longer line length and are routing over a natural obstacle, mountain, river, etc. Electrical power lines or substations much larger than visible local load requirements. 4. This is in a numerical order. Large reservoirs that serve no apparent useful function. Example, not needed for flood control or civilian water supply, or that have larger capacity than is required for presumed function. 5. The presence of truck traffic on rural roads with known destination or inappropriate truck types for apparent destinations. 6. A public park or recreational facility that is maintained at a level well in excess of other nearby facilities, especially if facility less well known or used than other nearby facilities. 7. Public facility personnel, park rangers, etc., that are overly nosy and are suspicious of your activities, especially if personnel occupy the site on a 24/7 basis. 8. Public park or recreational facility where part of a facility is fenced off or accessed by a gated road, or otherwise made inaccessible to the general public. 9. The presence of inappropriate or unusual structures and or constructed methods. Example, small cinder block building with an electrical power feed, normally used on major office buildings, an unmarked but well maintained trail and public park, an old building possibly abandoned with a new door and expensive lock. Number 10. People at campgrounds that seem out of place. Example, improperly dressed or using inappropriate equipment or having unusual accents. These are people taking a recreational break from underground facilities. Number 11, well maintained roads that are not shown on maps or follow a different route than shown on the maps. 12. A noticeable lack of wildlife, birds, small animals, insects, etc., in location that would normally support a large wildlife population. C124 preface. Number 13. Any of the applicable indicators listed under the urban rabbit hole detection, example, unbalanced traffic flows, etc. So this was the message from Casimirio. He wanted me to share with all of you, so shout out to him, and thank you, Casimirio, for sharing. Okay. Now we're going to the other area. All right, here we are. So, briefly talk about this. So basically, the next part of this is talking about the Nephilim. Nephilim in Hebrew Bible, the Christian Old Testament, a group of mysterious beings or people of unusually large size and strength who lived both before and after the flood. Alright, God bless you, Billy. Thank you for coming. The Nephilim are referenced in Genesis and Numbers and are possibly referenced in Ezekiel, and also I'll add its reference in the book of Enoch and those other books that they took out of the Bible. Alright. So basically these things are giants. And now people in modern age, there are some people that are freakishly tall, or really anybody that is people with a tall height in general would have very distant ancestry, in my opinion, from the Nephilims, because some of them survived the flood and they went into the mountains and stuff, through a Christian biblical perspective. Like the tales of Grendel, that mythical being from the folklore of Beowulf, this thing was most likely a Nephilim type creature that they were talking about. And like Goliath from the Bible was a giant that was a descendant of the Nephilim. And I said, now people that are kind of tall, on the taller side, in my opinion, would have distant connection with that, with these things a little bit. And also people that are like 8 feet tall, 7 feet tall also. But the Nephilims were gigantic. We were like grasshoppers compared to them. They were really, really big. Like, that really tall. Those are Nephilims fighting each other. And a lot of folklore like this is David and Goliath. some other archetypes of the Nephilim because they found giant skeletons. They're finding through archaeology and stuff in the ancient world, so that's what that is. Let's see, the skeleton. All right, so that's the Queen of England, and that's her looking at the skeleton of a giant person. Now they have skeletons of these things that are much larger, but that's an example of these Nephilim type beings. These freakishly tall people. You see, those are two normal sized people standing next to one of those things. This guy, for instance, tallest man in the world. He died very long time ago. He died, and he didn't live a long life because of his being so tall. But that's an example of like a Nephilim type person. Yes, yes, Casimiro. They were real at one point. Even people that are regular height, say one person's a little taller than the other, like say like 0.1%, they have that a little tiny bit, and then it's like it varies. It's like a spectrum. Like you'll have people that are freakishly tall, then people are kind of tall, and people that are regular height. The heights, it kind of there's like a spectrum of heights, and like this person had very strong Nephilim genetics, but they were wiped out through the Great Flood, and some of them went up in the mountains and survived. Now there's some stories from people in the military that I was seeing in Afghanistan. In a cave there was a giant, and I remember seeing and like having it paraphrased, like I'm paraphrasing it to you all, but I do want to look more into that about the giant beings. Also in Native American culture, they have the skinwalkers and different things like that. And there are different cultures and things like that. They have, and I'll go fact check myself to make sure I got that correct about it's the skinwalker, but they have things in their mythology that are similar to Nephilims. You heard that too, Casimirio. Yeah. See, that's a big skeleton. Yeah, this is the 5,000-year-old Chinese giants. You see, that's what they were. And that one, this is something, a picture from the History Channel. That's another one. To average size humans next to that thing, yeah, it's very big. So this is like these interdimensional beings, like the bad ones. There's good and bad ones. So there are aliens, say, that are good, and there's some that are bad, right? So these aliens, the bad ones, they went and mixed with the humans and created these hybrid things, and also with animals too. And I was seeing something that the dinosaurs, there's a theory that the dinosaurs came from them somehow too, right? And also Casimiro says something else. Lovelock, a few hours east of me. Okay. Thank you, Casimiro, for extra information. This is a different, like a spectrum. Right. That's a big skull right there. They're holding. Yeah, that's a really big one right there. This is from talking about National Geographic. That. So then we have over here. Let's talk about the Skinwalker. When Latina was here during my earlier streams, like back when I was first starting the streams, her and I were talking about it on here. So the Navajo culture, a skinwalker is a type of harmful witch who has ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves into as an animal. The term is never used. It's not used for healers. Yeah. So somebody. So this see here. This is a shape shifting. And with the shape shifting that goes on, you have this situation where basically they're given powers with permission of the fallen interdimensional beings, and they're giving them the ability to do certain things they're not supposed to do. And it all originates from them. Ye now Ishi translates to by means of it goes on all fours, or perhaps the most common variety seen in horror fiction, non Navajo people, the Ye now Ishi is one of the several varieties of skinwalkers. The Navajo culture specifically, they're a type of anti Genie. Navajo witches, including skinwalkers, represent the antithesis of Navajo culture values, while community healers and culture workers are known as medicine men and women by other possessive terms. In their communities, indigenous language, witches are seen as evil, performing harmful ceremonies and manipulative magic and a perversion of the good works of medicine people. So like the movie Pocahontas, you'll see like in the old Disney movie, the cartoon, if y'all have seen it, they have like healers and stuff, and they're into nature and things. And in these cultures, let's say these pre-Christian cultures that like didn't have Christianity, they had something else, and you had this good group, and they did healing and stuff, and they used divine, say, powers or whatever you want to call them for something good, and you have this other group that is using some powers for something bad. So there's a difference between these, which are non-Abrahamic religious groups that never was even around the area of Abrahamic religions, because that was in the Middle East. In this group, they had good healers, medicine men and women, but this is people that are using magic for nefarious purposes. Healers may learn about both good and evil magic in order to protect against evil, but people who choose to become witches are seen as corrupted. So, in there, you see, in this non-Christian culture that didn't have that, you could see how even in this culture, witches are seen as something bad. Same thing as Christianity and the other Abrahamic religions that are also would be against witchcraft stuff. Like, so it's very interesting to see a parallel between the different faiths of different parts of the world that they synchronize together. The legend of the skinwalkers is not well understood outside the Navajo culture, but due to the reluctance to disclose the subject with outsiders, as well as what Cherokee Nation academic Adrienne Adrene Kene says is a lack of necessary culture context. With context, the stories are embedded within traditional Navajo people are reluctant to reveal skinwalker lore to non Navajos or discuss it at all among those that they do not trust. You know, because they don't seem like they liked outsiders knowing because they don't trust them. Maybe they don't want people using something for bad. You know, it's interesting how they don't want other people to know about it. Kane, founder of the website Native Aberrations, has written in response to the non Navajos, incorporating the legends into their writings, and specifically the impact when J.K. Rowling did so. What that when this is done, we as Native people are now open to a barrage of questions about these beliefs and traditions. But these are not things that need or should be discussed by outsiders at all. I'm sure if that seems unfair, but that's how our culture survive. Our cultures survive. So they think it's a danger to their culture if more people know about them, and I'm sure there could be other reasons too why they don't want people to know. So to summarize basically about the Skinwalker thing. Animals associated with witchcraft usually include tricksters, such as coyote. However, it may include other creatures, usually those associated with death or bad omens. They might also possess living animals or people and walk around in their bodies. Skinwalkers may be male or female. Skinwalker stories told among the Navajo children may be complete life and death struggles that end in either Skinwalker or Navajo deleting the other, or partial encounters stories that end in the statement, the stalemate. Encounter stories may be composed as Navajo victory stories, with the Skinwalkers approaching a Hogan and being scared away. What's that? A Hogan is the primary traditional dwelling of the Navajo people. Other traditional structures include the summer shelter, underground home, and the SWAT house. A Hogan can be round, cone-shaped, multi-sided, or square. And being scared away. Non-native interpretations of the Skinwalker stories typically take the form of a partial encounter stories on the road where the protagonist is temporarily vulnerable, but then escapes from the Skinwalker in a way traditionally seen in Navajo stories. Sometimes Navajo children take European folk stories and substitute Skinwalkers for generic deleters like the Hook. The Hook Man is an urban legend about a killer with a pirate like hook for a hand attacking a couple in parked car. In many versions of the story, the deleter is typically portrayed as a faceless older man wearing raincoat, rain hat, with a hook. I've seen something like that in SpongeBob. That's where they got it from. this is one of their things they talk about. The Deer Woman, sometimes known as the Deer Lady, is a spirit Native American mythology whose associations and qualities vary depending on the situation and relationships. Generally, however, to men who have harmed women and children, she is vengeful and deletes people and known to lure men to their deaths. She appears as either a beautiful young woman with deer feet or as a deer. Imagine you just like chilling in the middle of the desert somewhere, day or night, and some lady comes up to you with deer feet or as a deer. You know, like a talking deer. So you ever see a talking animal? It's not an animal. So yeah, that sounds. So this is an example of these things. Like these interdimensional beings are giving humans the power to do these different things. Now, could have this been like what Latino was saying is possible? Maybe they use some of these stories as explanations for people getting abducted or something back in the day, which is possible too. And looking at it through how it correlates with ancient aliens or with interdimensional beings, it certainly is an example of this certain technology we don't know or have probably for hundreds and hundreds of years from now, thousands maybe, some really advanced being that's able to do these things we can't do, and it gives humans the ability to do the stuff, but they're not supposed to. So that's the some information about the skinwalkers. This is a legendary Mayan beast, half man, half beast creature with burning red eyes and specific to the Yukon Peninsula. It is reputed to be an evil sorcerer who can transform himself into a supernatural animal, usually a goat, dog, or deer, in order to prey upon livestock. In recent times, it has become associated with the chupacabra, the way Tebow is specific to the southeastern Mexican states of Yukon, Campeche, and Quintana Roo. Alleged activity is sporadically reported in the regional press. Local Maya near the town of Val Adolid in the Yucatan believe that the Wajjibu is an evil sorcerer that is capable of transforming into goat or livestock or something. So this is an explanation for the chupacabra. Yeah, so and you have a whole list of these different things. Let's see. So this thing is all right. A Nagul, a Nawal, a Nawal is a human being who has the power to shapeshift into a tonal animal, whatever that is. There's a concept study of folklore that believe many, like some spiritual thing. A counterpart is tied to the belief that one can access power and spiritual insight by connecting with the tonal animal within. Interesting. Naguls Nagals use their powers for good or evil according to their personality. The general concept of Nagulism is a pan Mesoamerican. Nagulism is linked with pre Columbian shamanistic practices through pre classic Olmec and Tolic depictions that are interpreted as human beings transformed themselves into animals. The system is linked to the Mesoamerican calendrical system used for divination rituals. Birth dates often determine if all person if a person can become a Nagul. Mesoamerican belief in Tonalism, wherein every person has an animal counterpart to which their life force is linked and is drawn upon by Nagulism. Yeah, so that's what these people believe, that there's an animal counterpart that they turn into. Sort of like the shadow person within. It's interesting. See, we have some shape shifting and also werewolf. Is an individual who can shapeshift into a wolf-like creature, either purposely or after being placed under a curse or a full moon, or by a bite, will transform occurring to the night of the full moon. And it's in European folklore. Yeah, so it's all over the world. They talk about these werewolves type creatures. Right. That's a depiction of the Nephilims. Bells is snoring. All right, so from the Hebrew Bible, in Genesis, it reads, "The Nephilim were in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. The same were the mighty men that were of old, the men of renown." Original beliefs. Archaeologist Wright, Ernest Wright, asserts that the belief in the Nephilim, especially giants, originated from the Hebrews' contemplation of the Trans-Jordan megalithic structures and the Cyclopean masonry. That's interesting. You see, like we're talking about the pyramids and stuff. Of the Canaanite cities, with some being 18 feet thick. Wright also notes the ancient tribal people were relatively short before and after the 3000 BC, with no significant findings of abnormally sized Aborigines. Biblical professor Brian R. Doak, on the other hand, believes the Nephilim lore is a polemic against the tropes of the epic and heroism commonly found in the worldview cultures similar to the Hebrews. Greenfield similar believes that the Nephilim lore is based on the negative aspects of the Apcula tradition. The Sumerian mythology, the Apcula Apkallu were 7 antediluvian culture heroes who praised for their exceptional wisdom. In fact, that even they were even called the son of Ea. Is a Sumerian god of water, crafts and creation. Bowls is sleep moving. Okay, Mary. Glad that you're here. All right. So the antediluvian period is the time period chronicled in the Bible between the fall of man and the Genesis flood narrative in biblical cosmology. The term was coined by Thomas Brown. Brown. Right. And then the Anakites, who were associated with the Nephilim, are mentioned in Egyptian excretion texts of the Middle Kingdom. Egypt's political enemies in the canon. So, like, Leonidas from 300 movie was said to be a descendant of Hercules. In Norse mythology, the Nordic people, they're believed to be descendants of Odin, not but of Odin. So these stories of these giants come from different cultures all over the Middle East and the world. Like, also in South America, the Spanish were going down there, and they saw very little tiny people and very tall giants. And they're trying to bring one back, but it didn't work out too well. Casimiro said he's in bed listening, so shout out to everybody listening. So that's basically like what happened. That when the Spanish went down there, they saw the giants, and the giants built all those pyramids in South America because one of their gods flooded the entire planet and tried to kill all of them. So they kept on building these pyramids on top of each other to try to reach him in heaven, but they couldn't reach him. It's also because he's in another dimension. That correlates with what in the Middle East over there when they talk about the Christian God, the Abrahamic religions, the God of the Abrahamic religions, how it correlates with what that book was saying. Because like people used to say like, oh, it's like stuff that's made up, or it's like somebody came up with some fiction. Like say people think like it's like Harry Potter or Pirates of the Caribbean or something like something fictional. But when you look at the histories and archaeology, that something that happens on the other side of the world confirms what the Christian Bible was talking about. So, and all these different pagan cultures all over the world talked about giants and the same thing. And we see there's these aliens in the sky, so that proves that there's some, in my opinion, that there's some other there's other beings that are different than us that are more advanced, at least, to those that would be skeptical. And also read the scripture where the Jewish Publication Society translation simply translates Hebrew Nephilim as Nephilim. The King James Version translates the term into giants. The nature of the Nephilim is complicated by the ambiguity of Genesis 6:4, which leaves it unclear whether they are sons of God or their offspring, who are the mighty men of old, been renowned. So to answer this question, the angels were sons of God. It's like God considers everything as children. So they were sons of God, and they rebelled against them. Now Jesus is a special son, and that is a special son. But these other ones were just something different. And that Nephilim are the offspring, as does the P.W. Coxon. The second mention of the Nephilim in Numbers 13:32 to 33. The Anakites, a Raphite tribe, descendants of Nephilim. And there we saw the Nephilim, the sons of Anak, who come of the Nephilim, and we were in our own sight as grasshoppers, and so we were in their sight. So they're giving you a size comparison. So you see, like, you walk outside and you see, like, these little bugs in my yard, or these doodle bugs, these roly polies and things, or say you see a praying mantis or a grasshopper. Like, that would be us compared to these Nephilims. Right. They're very intelligent, and they had a lot of knowledge and scientific achievements, and construction, say shipbuilding, zodiacs, zoology, astrology, astronomy, all that came from these beings, and they gave the information to the humans. Sons of Anak. Anak is a figure in the Hebrew Bible. His descendants are mentioned in narratives concerning the conquest of Canaan by the Israelites. So this was like some type of a god, a fallen angel. That were in the desert. And God granted victory over these beings like David and Goliath. And also the stories, these biblical stories, have good moral lessons for, I believe, believers and non-believers, that these little, so us humans are like little grasshoppers compared to these giants, and God granted them victory over these enemies. And the Israelites, they were able to create their kingdoms in Israel, which is now Israel. So whatever people that were there, God commanded them to take them out and put themselves there. And the Canaanites, different groups like that. So basically, in this situation, we can see how, like David and Goliath, in spite of all this, they had victory, and had people to stand up for what they believe in, and the Lord's help and all, and they can have victory. And those that may not believe in it, they could just take it as them keeping trying to win and have victory, and they have victory. These people didn't give up. They kept on trying and won. And I also believe with God's help. But I like how these parables and these stories that really happened from the Bible can be used as a good metaphor and parable for other things as well in modern life. Now God helps people with the different things now, which I think is good. So the Bible and the ancient religions are very interesting, and I also think it's good to fact check the different things. I always like fact checking myself and everybody else, that through these other religions, these other faiths, these ancient religions, that you could fact check through these other groups and stuff too from ancient times. Let's see. In Ezekiel, they lie with warriors, the Nephilim of old, who descendant of Sheol. With their weapons of war, they place their swords beneath their heads and their shields upon their bones, for terror of the warriors was upon the land of the living. Offspring of Orion. Oh, this is meat, chat. Well, this is really cool right here. Orion. I've showed before the picture of the stars at night with the pirate flag and stuff. That basically, with Orion's belt, is this constellations going down that way. It's three. And that's the belt of Orion. And Orion had offspring. You see, because Orion was some sort of a fallen angel. In in Aramaic culture, the term Nephilim refers to offspring of Orion in mythology. However, Brown Lection notes that the dubious etymology is very precarious. In Orion, I'll show you Orion's belt. And there's some mythology about Orion's belt in general. So this belt, you see, space is very interesting with all the different aliens and things, and the different angels and stuff. So, and I've seen this in the sky at night, and so basically you see that with the telescope, and that was his belt, and that god that this constellation was named after, attributed to, is his descendants were Nephilims. And that's why they link the Nephilims to gods, because the gods were fallen angels. Here's like a picture of them. There, that's a really clear picture right there. That's Orion, and that's his belt, which I've seen the belt. It's really nice. And that's all the parts of his body. All right. Orion's belt consists of three stars from east to west. They are Al Intak. Separately, these are three supergiant stars, are several times more massive than the sun, thousands or tens of thousands of times bigger. It's 2,000 light years away. Orion's position on the celestial equator makes it visible all over our planet. Ancient Indians saw the figures as three kings who had been shot by an arrow, represented as stars of Orion's belt. Ancient Egyptians thought the stars on in the belt represents the resting place of the soul of the god Orus. Orisis. Ancient, yeah, okay, because there's a story about he was slain, and that was his belt. There's a story about his belt. I'm trying to find it. All right. Draw a line through Orion's belt towards the ruddy star Aldebaran, in the constellation Terrace, the bull. Going to the opposite direction, Orion's belt points to Sirius and Canis Major Greater Dog, sometimes called Dog Star. So it points to Sirius, and Sirius was a star where a lot of the fallen angels came from. Because there is a some of these gods came to Egypt and they're saying they came from this other planet, so they're saying that they're like aliens. So you could see the correlation to what I'm talking about. Not that all aliens and angels are bad. I'm specifically talking about the bad ones. And the him holding the bow that symbolizes hunting. A form of the hunter's belt. Legends that holds that Greek god Zeus formed the constellations by putting Orion in the sky after the hunter's death. Now, it reminds me of like the Trinity, but you see, these other things came in and said, "Oh, it's this and that and the other thing." Like they made up something new out of it. They're saying the stars, the pyramids, are not aligned with Orion's belt, but with the stars Kochab and Mizar. Due to the precisional motion of the Earth, the star we use to locate the North Pole, the pole star, was not there 5,000 years ago. You can see in this picture right here, pyramids all around the world align with Orion. According to ancient mysteries, Sirius was a gate to the outer realms. Pyramids deliberately align with the magical portals from other worlds. Remember, they were trying to say, when I was in school, that I was psychologists thought I was kind of nuts for saying that there is portals, but you see here that the ancient people believed there are portals that led to supernatural things. So they built the pyramids all over the world to align with this, and I'm showing you all the correlation with the Nephilims, that they're descendants of these gods in mythology. Say somebody just invented something like Harry Potter, right? So they invented that these people were descendants of these gods, right? But in the Bible, it talks about their fallen angels that had offspring. It kind of seems like it correlates with that, in my opinion. And then we see aliens and things that have some sort of ability we don't have, and you could see how the Egyptians and Egypt, China, and Mexico, three different places, they're all adjacent to each other. They're all aligned with Orion's belt, and they're all associated with the fallen gods. So there you go. Which, in my opinion, I do think the original intention. Now, I think God created the different constellations just, for fun. That to create them just to create them. And the Orion belt would look like a trinity, three in one. But of course, you could have a perversion of it, and they made it into like a false god. But of course, just to show the magnificence of God's creation, there's all kinds of constellations that go and correlate together. Yeah, you see another coincidence. All these pyramids all over the world are pointing towards Orion's belt. Look at that. Yeah, and they're all adjacent to each other. Those blue spots. So there's these blue spots on the screen, and they're all adjacent to each other. They're in Egypt, Mexico, and China. And then you have the Giza. So it shows you the pyramids, the Giza pyramids, and a couple of different things, and they all point, and they're all adjacent with Orion's belt. Orion swimming to escape a giant scorpion. That's scary. Again sent by Apollo, is killed by Artemis' arrows after the goddess could only see his distant bobbing head and failed to recognize the hunter. This tragedy was after the two great hunters had been sporting around Crete together. And his belt, Zeus put in tribute to him, put him in the sky as his final resting place, and his belt was put there as a tribute to him in the mythology. And the descendants of Orion are the giants. Arabian paganism. Fallen angels were believed by Arab pagans to be sent to Earth in form of men. Some of them mated with humans and gave rise to hybrid children, as recorded in Al Jahiz, a common belief held by Abu Jurhum. The ancestor of Jurhum tribe was actually the son of a disobedient angel and a human woman. In Mecca, historically referred to as the Gora Menuai. The 5th century was a tribe of Arabia associated with Mecca. Muslim texts state that they were succeeded by the Qasay ibn Kalib under the Quraysh. I probably said that wrong. And that's the tribe, the Quraysh people is a tribe where Muhammad came from. Alright. Alleged discovery of Nephilim remains have been common source of hoaxing, because there are hoaxing. In 1577, a series of large bones discovered in Lucrene were interpreted as bones of Antuvian giants. About 5.8, they're about 19 feet tall. In 1786, John Frederick Blumenbach found out these remains belonged to a mammoth. Cotton Mather believed that a fossilized leg bone and teeth discovered in Albany, New York, 1705, were the remains of Nephilim who perished in the Great Flood. Pantheologists have identified these as mastodon remains. In 1869, Cardiff giant hoax intended to believers of Nephilim supposedly discovered in Cardiff, New York. I will say that it's possible that they could have fabricated, with my tinfoil hat on, they could have fabricated that they were faked. Like, you're going to tell me these people are going to mix up a leg of a mammoth, an elephant type creature with a human? That doesn't make any sense. Like, so, in my opinion, it's possible that maybe they made a mistake. Maybe they're correct. With my tinfoil hat on, maybe they're covering it up. Oh, look what we got here. We got alien abduction. So this is associated with alien abduction. Anakam Asura. They're all like linked together. Hybrid. Raphium. Serpent seed. Serpent seed is that some Christians think that Eve and the serpent created hybrids. Titan. Titans were the pre-Olympian gods according to the theogony of the Hesiod. They were the 12 children of the primordial parents Uranus and Gaia. So the superhumans. All right. So they're information about the Nephilim. It's basically that they're fallen angels through the biblical perspective. There are fallen angels that came down and they created hybrids because they lusted at earth women and created the Nephilim. So like, the biblical perspective is that like these fallen angels, some other group that were supposed to watch over us that were not associated with Satan in that group, later they lusted at humans and they went down and they created the hybrids and fell. All right. And also in Christianity, Cain is associated with it. Cain killed his son Abel ruthlessly, and he's seen as some sort of a demonic type person. Mary says that to Casimiro that she's also resting. Okay. Shout out the chat. Shout out to Mary. I'm glad y'all are listening. Mermaids are these usually half woman, half fish creatures. Sometimes they were half male, half fish. And these creatures, let's say they were real. What they were these creatures that people would see during floods, storms, or shipwrecks, and they're all over the world, ancient world, and in different folklores. And this is to be believed as one of the fallen angels, like perhaps their offspring. But it's really thought that these interdimensional beings, they shapeshift, that are aliens now, at one time appeared as mermaids and things like that. And Christopher Columbus apparently saw one, and they like to say, which I never really understood this, that they thought there were these manatees, this ugly gigantic. Well, they're not ugly. I don't want to say they're ugly. They're not ugly, but like for a human, it's not a human thing. And these gigantic things, it's like that's not what they thought. You wouldn't mistake that for a mermaid. Like, I think it's a cover up. This is a depiction of a sailor with a mermaid. There are sirens, like in Pirates of the Caribbean. The sirens, older, now obsolete. Even Grendel's mother was seen as some type of a sea hag, which I'll explain that in a moment what that is. Sea hag. Grendel's mother is one of the three antagonists in the anomalous Old English poem Beowulf, and other two being Grendel and the dragon. Each antagonist reflects the different negative aspects of both hero and heroine. And Grendel's a descendant of Cain, and Grendel was a giant monster that went in and hurt all of these. So it's before like the English went over to the Celtic islands where London and stuff is. They were originally in over in Denmark. So this was like created like when they were in Denmark. And they were like chilling and hanging out, drinking mead, which is like this alcoholic honey. So it was like a bar. And then this giant ugly creature comes in and like kills everybody. So then Beowulf is the hero of the story that goes and defeats him, and Grendel's mother is this sea hag, which is some sort of a distorted mermaid. There you go. So, and the sirens are these ancient Greek mythology, and that's what we see as mermaids. These very attractive ladies that are in the water and they lure men around. And then you would have mermen, also that were seen to appear to. Pirates of the Caribbean, they talk about that. The siren's part fish appearance became increasingly popular during the Middle Ages. The traits of the classical sirens, such as using their beautiful song to lure, as told by Homer, have often been transferred to mermaids. These change of the medieval sirens from bird to fish were thought by some to be influence of the Teutonic myths, later expounded expounded in literary legends of Lorelei and the Undine, though dissenting comment is the parallels are not limited to Teutonic cultures. Interesting. Sirens as sea girls, whose beauty and the form and sweet song allure sea fairies, farers, but beneath the human head and torso have scaly tail and end of a fish with which they can navigate the sea. Sirens are mermaids. Scala is a legendary monster who lives on one side of the narrow channel of the water opposite her counterpart, the Charybdis, two sides straight within the arrow's range. Charybdis is a sea monster in Greek mythology. Charybdis, along the sea monster Scylla, appears to change epic characters, just as the Odysseus Jason. All right. speaking of this, something I may have slipped to mention was the giants of Norse mythology. The Jutnar, Norse mythology, Jutnar were giants. The Jutnar usually described as quite large, strong, and the Jutnar mainly lived in Jut Jutnihimir, one of the nine Norse worlds realm, which was usually represented as dark, cold, and barren. Jutnar were considered enemies of the gods and often in conflict with them. They're like this, so that was their offspring. And so this, hello Sarah, good to see you. Welcome. So basically, so in Norse mythology, again, talking more about the giants. These giants from Norse mythology are similar to the giants from the Middle East that we're talking about the Israelites saw. And I think it said that Thor got rid of the giants, but what really happened was a great flood happened at some point and wiped them out. The Jutnar are the giants of Norse mythology. Generally, the Jutnar were said to be much larger than humans or even Aesir, who were the gods of Norse mythology. However, some giants were smaller. Many giants in Norse mythology also had magical powers to some degree or another. The gods themselves are born with the frost giant Ymir. See the and just like I was reading in the article about in Wikipedia about the Nephilims, all they say these in these ancient religions, these gods, these giants were descendant of gods, which are fallen angels, which are connected to some of the aliens. Well, at least the aliens we see. And they seem that they are closely matched in strength and magic, but generally Odin and his band save the day from giants on pretty much every occasion, only at Ragnarok do majority of the gods meet their fates in battle and destruction. So basically, these gods, these giants and stuff, like sometimes you'll have some people that are sympathetic towards Norse mythology. I saw some memes. They'll say, like, oh, Jesus was going to abolish sin, but there's still sin, and the Norse gods were going to abolish the giants. I don't see any giants walking around. So they're trying to say the Norse gods got rid of the giants, but they don't really understand that the gods were liars, and the Bible talks about how the same God wiped the giants out with a great flood. So that's what really happened. So there you go. And you still do like little strawman arguments and stuff. So who killed the giants in Norse mythology? Odin, which is a fallen angel. It's not really. None of that's real. It was a great flood that killed the giants. And there's stories in India of the Great Flood. All right. So let's see. The term margugar or have gugar or Alice's for mermaid were apparently current among the populace in modern age Iceland, according to John Arn Asson, alongside the Mar Bendil, modern Icelandic for own Mar Menil. Benjamin Thrope, writing Norwegian folklore, gave the Mar Gugar for mermaid as Norwegian folk terms, but these are interpolations which the source of Andreas Norsk Sagen only side noted as occurrences of old terms in medieval literature. General characteristics: the beautiful half-viewer of Scandinavian may be benevolent or malicious, and legends about her abducting maidens is given as a case point of her malice. It is said Halfjör will avenge harm done to it, as a Norwegian antidote of one of who was lured near the ship and had her hand cruelly looped off the gunwale. She caused a storm that nearly drowned the wicked sailor. Omen, prophecy, and wisdom. The appearance sighting alone betides an implementing storm. Norwegians do not wish to see Hafjör as she herleds storm, herald storm, or bad weather, Norway. The appearance of the Jara forbids a storm or poor catch in Swedish tradition, much as the appearance of Skaugasra passages poor catch of her hunter, according to the superstitions of Swedish fishermen. If one of the Schwajra, who was harbinger a tempest and bad catch, one should not tell his comrades, but strike the flint against the steel and light the spark. In other cases, Scandinavian mermaids is considered to be prophetic. The types of mermaids message is recognized a migratory legend, a group of tales found in Scandinavia with parallels found elsewhere according to the scheme. Devastated by Rydar, this may not necessarily involve the mermaids spaying, and the following example of the ML type tale, she merely imparts wisdom, a fisherman who performs favors and earns the privilege to pose 3 questions to a mermaid. He inquires about the most suitable material for a flail, which she ascribed, which is an architectural tool used for threshing, processing, separating grain from their husk. She answered calf's hide, of course, and tells him he should have asked about how to brew water into beer, which would have benefited him more greatly. The Swedish ballad Half Siffran is an instance where a mermaid kidnaps a human girl at age 15, and when the girl's brother accomplishes the rescue, the mermaid declares she would have cracked her neck if she knew she would be thus betrayed. Swedish mermaid Halfsman steals a human woman to become his bride, according to folklore. Merfolk. Mermail. As aforementioned, the mermaid takes the merman. The mermaid half-fru takes the merman, half-man, for husband and produce children called marmiller, which is fishermen sometimes being home to gain insight into the future. Early sources say Norwegian fishermen who capture a mermaid or a mermail, mermate or mermail, may bring them home but do not dare keep it for more than 24 hours, being before turning the back into the sea whence they found it. And we're talking about the mermaids through Norse mythology. It's really interesting. John Emerson describes the Margugar as yellow-haired woman who is a fish from the waist down who drags careless seamen to the depths of the sea. However, Margjörg literally means something of meritroll. In a medieval tradition, the meritroll is more of a sea monster or a sea ogress. Like there's an ogre like Shrek, and there's an ogress. There's the female version of Shrek. According to the version of Saga of Saint Olaf, Olaf II of Norway, the king encountered a Marguger who, seeing lured voyagers to sleep, causing them to drown, and whose high-pitched shrieks drove men insane. Yeah. Her physical appearance describes she has a head like the horse, with ears erect and destined nostrils. Distended nostrils, big green eyes, and fearful jaws. She has shoulders like a horse and hands in front, but behind, as she resembles a serpent. This Margir was also said to be fury like the seal and gray colored. The ultimate Karen. European folklore, the curse to take the form of a serpent with the waist down. Later depictions sometimes change this fishtail at some point, possibly the late 19th century. Her name became attached to the two-tailed mermaid of Herr Uldry. The alchemist Paracelsus treats a book of nymphs. So a nymph is like this kind of a creature, this female creature from the other side, like some kind of angelic creature that likes to do stuff. Sylphs and Pyagims. 1566 spawned the idea that the water elemental or water spirit, could acquire an immortal soul through marriage with a human. This led to the writing of De la Motte Fou novella and eventually the famous literary mermaid tale, Hans Christian Andersen's Little Mermaid. The conception of the siren as both a mermaid-like creature and the part bird-like persisted in the Byzantine Greece for some time. The Physiologius began switching the illustration of the siren as that a mermaid, as the version dated to the 19th century, the 10th century, in the Byzantine Greek dictionary Suda still favored the avian description. Sarah says, "Was thinking on this today. Glad to see you're covering it." You're welcome, Sarah. Glad you enjoy the content. There is a modern Greek legend in Alexander the Great's sister, Thessaloniki, rather, turned into a mermaid after her death, living in the Aegean, which is it's a sea. She would ask the sailors on any ship she encountered only the question, "Is King Alexander alive?" To which the correct answer was, "He lives and reigns and conquers the world." This answer would please her, and she would accordingly calm the waters and bid the ship farewell. Any other answer would enrage her, and she would stir up the terrible storm, dooming the ship and every sailor on board. This legend derives from Alexander's romance entitled the Philiada to Megalex Andro, dating to the Ottoman Greece period of 1680. All right, so what that means, what is that? So there's a situation that occurred. So there is an invasion by the Ottoman Empire, which is modern day Turkey, and so these Arabs, they went in and they took over a piece of Greece, and they went up into Bosnia and Eastern Europe too. They took like a big chunk of Eastern Europe and Greece. So basically, that's what happened with the Ottoman Empire in that time period, where Western Europe, was being before that by the caliphate that succeeded Muhammad, went in and took over Spain briefly, and then the Spanish eventually overthrew them and got them out. And so they never invaded Western Europe or took it over. It was like, but Eastern Europe for a time was under the Ottomans, which was a caliph that came way later. So that is a little brief explanation of the Ottoman Greek relations. Like, say, like 300, that movie was way before. It was the Persian Empire, and they took over modern day Turkey, but it was Zoroastrianism. So the Zoroastrians were this group. It was another Abrahamic. It's not an Abrahamic religion, but it's like connected with it somehow. It predates the Abrahamic religions. And Prophet Daniel of the Bible, he was a minister to them, and the wise men were Zoroastrian. So that's a little interesting tangent I went on briefly. All right, so now back to the main topic. Eastern Europe. Eastern European mermaids. Alkas are the Slavic counterpart of the Greek sirens and naiads, often seducing sailors to their home. You're welcome, Sarah. I'll get more into that in a moment. I get in a little bit. I'll tell you a little bit more about that. The nature of Rus Alkas varies among folk traditions, but according to ethologist D.K. Zalin, they all share a common element. They are restless spirits of the unclean dead. They are usually the ghosts of young women who died a violent, untimely death, either by murder or suicide, before their wedding, especially by, wow, this is pretty graphic. Viewer discretion advised. Drowning, Russ, Alcus are said to inhabit lakes and rivers. They appear as beautiful young women with long, pale green hair and pale skin, suggesting the connection with the floating weeds and days spent underwater in faint sunlight. They can be seen after dark, dancing together under the moon and calling out to young men by name, luring them to water and drowning them. The characterization of the Rus Alkas as both desirable and treacherous is prevalent in Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, and was emphasized by 19th century Russian authors, the best known of the great Czech nationalist composer, Antonin Dvorak's operas. Also, Bubbles is next to me sleeping. Shout out to Bubbles. And Sadko, an Eastern Slavic epic, the title characterized an adventure merchant Gus Luai, musician Novgorod Gorod, lives for some time in the underwater court of the Caesar. The Caesar, that's something. Which Tsar means king or emperor. Like Caesar, like think of in Italy, they had Caesar, and Tsar is some Slavic version of that. Which the Slavic people, in my opinion, are very closely related to like and connected with the Byzantines and the Greeks, like in the Eastern Mediterranean. They're both Orthodox Christians, and the Slavic language to me sounds very similar to Latin and to the Italian languages, but they just like I don't know. As I said, this may not be historically accurate because I know the history of the Slavic people and everything very well in European migrations and all. But I'm just gonna like it's like it's like the Greeks. They like went up way up into Moscow and that area. It's like they like went farther up north into the Darkhold regions of Russia, but it originally came from southeastern Europe. That's what it seems like to me. And continuing, so works of the poem of Sadko by Alexei Tolstoy, the opera Sadko composed Nikolai Khrushchev, the painting of Sadko Leah Repin. Repin is Ripon. A merfolk race called the Dai people are described as populating its own nation in the Shan Haijing classic of the mountains of the sea. Compilation of the Chinese geography and mythology dating from the 4th century BC. The ancient work also included the several types of human-headed fish such as triu or red roofish, as well as the creatures with some human-like qualities, the renyo or human fish. Renyu, rather. Note that these are not for a specific gender, so they are not really conductive to being called mermaids, though some English European writers might use mermaid as a shorthand. There is also an account of the hair Enyu, literally means sea human fish, given to the Tai Ping Gon Ji. Compilation sourced from the work entitled, let's see. Yeah, non-gendered like angels, exactly. Okay, the word was Gongji. Yeah, Gongji. I got that right. I just want to go see if I got that right. Okay. Kwai Wenji, the female of its kind, had a head, beautiful woman with hair like horse's tail and white skin like jade, without scales, covering with multicolored downy hair or peach fuzz, and legless. The male and female had sexual organs like humans, so widowers would keep them in their ponds, and the creature could perform sexual intercourse normally as humans would. Sarah makes a great point that some of the things, these things I was talking about, non-gender like angels. They're like the angels. They don't have a gender. And anecdote considered relevant concerns Renyu human fish allegedly seen by a ship carrying Zado. And emissary to Korea. She had an unkempt hairdo and scarlet mane extending back to the elbows. Za ordered the crew to bring her aboard with poles, but she escaped. Za explained that she was Renyu and attempting fornication with humans, as was human dwelling in the sea. The antidote, the lost Kyuji records, her North Song period survives from Laishu, compilation of Gyujin, Tushu, Cheng, comprehensive compendium, ancient modern. Yes, so we could see these beings are a lot like the angels that are being talked about. And also, I think that people have to understand, like, these situations are all happening all over the world. It's happening all over the place. And these things originate from the fallen realms. Yeah, Sarah says those creatures' sexual organs from those they took from humans. No, we'll go back and look. Yeah, worldwide then and now, exactly. Yeah, you're right. They used humans. Somehow they had humans. They used stuff from humans. Hello, Amanda. Great to see you. Now we have Amandra. The Voltron Amandra is here. Facts. And both, yes. So Amandra, Sarah, and Amanda. I hope both of you have been having a good week and been having a good day. All right. So continuing about mermaids from different cultures, because last time we hyper focused on, which I had no problem with, and I learned a lot. We all learned a lot from Sarah. We talked more specifically about these Japanese ones, but now I'm talking about all the ones from all over the world. Which we're about to go back to the Japanese one in a moment. We're about to go to the Korean one. And thank you, Sarah. Thank you. So that's what this part of the show's about. It's about these different ones from different cultures. To prove the point I was saying earlier, you would see it in the rerun, but basically what happened was in this situation, like the Nephilims were created from in the mythology. Okay, in the mythology, these giants from these other cultures and religions were created by the gods, and also Orion was one of the gods they descended from. Orion's belt, that thing in the sky that Zeus allegedly made to tribute to Orion. So you have this situation here where you have in the folklore and the mythology correlates with what the Bible and the Abrahamic religions are saying. It's like, okay, like if it was Harry Potter or it was something fictional, it actually correlates perfectly with what the Bible is saying coincidentally. Like, isn't it something they all just correlate together somehow? Like, you could be in South America and it'll confirm what it was saying. So that's, fact checking is fine. I think fact checking is good. That's something I agree with doing because it proves that it's real. It's true. And it proves it's true. Amen. All right. Yeah, Voltronic. Love it. Yes. And Sarah says, alien freezing here, but yes, you are there too. Amanda, I came in late. We'll watch from the start later. Hope you and Ava and Apple are doing well. Amanda says, Sarah, I completely forgot Alien was live tonight. I was cleaning and took a shower. I was watching a movie between cleaning. Alien Gods, aka Fallen Angels. Explained. Oh, Amanda has a new book. Awesome. I love books. Alright, continuing. Korean folklore. Korea is bound on three sides of the sea. In some villages near the sea, In Korea, there are mysterious stories about mermaids. Mermaids have features just like humans. Kim Dam Dam Ryong, a mayor of the town, saved four captured mermaids from the fishermen as record of the Eo Yadam and Yong Bake Island. Young Bake Island, rather, of Busan is a tale of Princess Hugwang, okay from Nar Ada, a mythical undersea kingdom of mermaids. This tale is based on the historical Hyo Hyung Ok Oak from India. Another tale concerns mermaids from Sinjik, who warned fishermen of impending storms by singing and throwing rocks at the sea from Gilm Island. The island's residents believed her to be the goddess of the sea, and she could predict the weather. And there's a theory that we're talking about with I was talking about with some other stream, is that the fallen angels have control over weather. They can influence weather, so that would explain why I was able to predict the weather, because the fallen angels can do stuff with weather with God's permission, and God can override anything these fallen angels do. But He allows free will to happen, and He allows certain things to occur. But they have abilities and things that are given to watch over us, but they really abuse their power. Like they'll say, the power corrupts. That's the story of this particular group of fallen angels. Yeah, fact and weathers. Yeah, facts. The Japanese equivalent is amebia. Amabia. Human fish. According to the dictionary, amabia oftentimes refers to a half woman, half fish. Well, I'm right. I'm thinking the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing, everybody. I think. I don't really know. But so basically, I think that I'm thinking of the wrong one, because this is a different one than the one we read last time. That's it. Come on, screen. Cooperate. Alright. Alright. So, let's see. So, basically, let's try to see. I don't know if I use it. That might be a different one than the one I just said. No, it's not. I got it right. I got it right. Yeah. It just it caused me some confusion, but now the screen's acting stupid. So, all right, we're back because the Japanese equivalent. So ignore everything I just said a moment ago. The amabia oftentimes refers to a half woman, half fish. The mermaid, through not necessarily female, includes merman. Despite the dictionary stating it has the appearance of half woman, half fish, the creature has been pictorialized rather than being with human female head sitting on a body which is entirely fish like. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. Amabia flesh was purported to be an elixir, and consuming its flesh is said to bestow remarkable long activity. We see a parallel here where they're trying to blaspheme what Christ did. So if you consume its flesh, you'll have youthfulness, you'll have more life, and more of a longer life. So it wants you to consume the flesh of the beast. So that is a very interesting factor in this. A famous Amabia legend concerns the Yeo Bik Unai, who is said to have partaken of the flesh of merfolk and attend miraculous long activity and lived for centuries. For centuries, it is not discreditable whether the flesh was female. A pair of translators call it flesh of a mermaid in one book, but merely strange fish with a human face in another. Yes, yes, Sarah, exactly. Great point on blasphemy of Christ by the fallen. Right. As this ugly, creepy monster thing with scales on it, it's like eat this garbage junk from me. That's what it's saying. And reading chat for a second, it's Amanda says the book is Midnight Sun from the Twilight books. Twilight, that's a cool movie. That's a cool movie and cool books. I read the others, just not this one, and it sounds the Second Life of Bree Tenix. That gets here Thursday. As here we go. Here we go. As yokai, Amabia might be counted as yokai since it is included in Toriyama Sekin's Hakai Yago series. Gender is unclear as it only described as being with a human face, a fish body. However, Sekin's Amabia picture actually represents human fish that lives in western China, also known as Dai people therein. According to the inscription printed alongside, they are described in classic mountains and seas and translated as the low people or the Dai people. And Sarah said a great point. Imagine partaking of alien lies and after eating your own DNA tainted. Exactly, because it'll taint them and corrupt them. Right. And what they were supposed to do was bring us closer to God, but they bring us far away from God and closer to themselves. Amanda said, Alien, the movies are all free on YouTube. I didn't know that. So I rewatched them a few times. Oh, that's good. You see, when I was down, this was, I'd say, back in 2016. Nah, 2017. The, like, a couple months after graduation. I remember that whole summer I was down the street with my buddy, watching Inception and stuff, and eating pizza and having fun that summer. So one of the movies I would see on the TV a lot, he either, he could have been streaming through YouTube, but I think it was just stuff that was on a certain station. It was the Twilight movies, and I got to see the reruns of them, and I thought it was really cool. I liked them a lot. It was interesting. And also, so that remember that time period, that's when we did that. And also what I recall was, yeah, sometimes we would walk around and stuff and see the gas station and stuff. Good memories. So You brought me some nostalgia, Amanda, which I'm always nostalgic, but that gave me some extra nostalgia. So thanks for sharing that with us. It's hard to get English movies. Yeah, Sarah, it must be seeing like me talk on the channel. It must be nice to see. It must be because it's the language you natively came from. Yeah, facts. All right, so Indian folklore in Hinduism. Wow, this is a word. All right, Suvan Macha, Golden Mermaid, is the daughter of Ravana, who appears in the Cambodian and Thai versions of the Ramayana. She is a mermaid princess who tries to spot Human's plans to build a bridge Lanka, but falls in love with him instead. She's a popular figure in Thai folklore. Those are some depictions of their mermaids. See how in every culture they appear as something different. In Thailand, the Suvan Macha is a daughter of To Sak Anth, appearing in the Thai and other southeastern Asian versions of Ramayana. She's a mermaid princess who tries to spoil Hune Emin's plans to build a bridge to Lanka, but falls in love with him instead in Cambodia. She referred to the Sovana Matcha, a favorite Cambodian audiences. All right. Amandra says, "Oh, I did not know that the difference to appeal to a particular area." Exactly. Like they'll appear as different things to the different countries they're in, cultures. And also, Amandra says, "Sarah, last night I bought the 50 Shades movie on YouTube and bought the books too, but those aren't here till next week. YouTube has many great free movies just to have watch ads with them." Yeah, so Amanda has all kinds of really, really fun, we'll say fun movies to watch and nice books. So, yeah, Amanda is having a nice, fun time with herself. Yeah. All right. So, Indonesia and the Javan essay culture of Indonesia, Naya Ro Kudul is a sea goddess and the queen of southeastern seas. The mermaid queen is said to inhabit the southeastern beach of in Java. Yeah, yeah. She has many forms. In her mermaid form, she is called Niyai Blow Ragong. Amandragon. Yeah. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shout out to Amandra. In the Tag Algog language, mermaids are known as Serena and Sea Yokoi, respectively. The general term a mermaid among all ethnic groups is Sarina. In the Philippines, mermaid concepts differ peak ethnic groups among the Pangasinense and the Bina Lantang Tang. Mermaid is a queen of the sea who married the mortal Magino Pal Apis Ipas and ruled humanity for a time. Among Locano mermaids were said to have been propagated and spread through the union of the first Serena and first Liteo water god. Among the Bicalino mermaids were referred as Bag and Dara, known as the beautiful voice of the vicious nature. Among the Sambal mermaids called Mabuno are depicted as having two fins instead of one. So Sandra says, well, that works too, but Amandra says, literally worldwide sightings for centuries of merfolk with court titles like Princess, the Fallen Shirley, also resides with the waters. Exactly. This correlates with the fallen angels and stuff and the aliens. Okay, it all correlates together. That they'll appear as different things in different eras to go with what's going on. Yes, you're right. That is their version of the word siren. So that's siren is from Greek, and it's their translation of sirens in their own language. So you're correct. Mammy water are water spirits ventured in West, Central, and Southern Africa and the African diaspora in the Caribbean parts of the North, Central, and South America. They are usually female but are sometimes male. They are regarded as diabolical beings and are often femi fatales. Trying to find out what in the world this is. Okay. Is a stock character, mysterious, beautiful, and seductive woman whose charms ensnare her lovers, often leading them to compromise deadly traps. All right. There are other deaths of the Persian word or men ili means mermaid. Exactly, Amandra. Correct. That he was leader of music and worship of heaven. So they're very good in seducing people. So they use that gift and that skill rather than to do it for God's glory and for our good. They're using it to attack us and do something bad to us. Right. In Zimbabwe, mermaids are known as Niju. They are believed to be solitary, occupied the body of water. Individual ninjutsu may be malevolent or malicious. Angry ninjutsu may be blamed for unexpected misfortunes such as bad weather or sudden disappearance of people. Benevolent ninjutsu are also thought to reside in peaceful lakes or rivers. If a person goes missing near such lakes or rivers, they may have been taken by ninjutsu. To obtain the person's release, local elders will brew beer as purported offspring ask the ninjutsu to return the person alive. Those seeking person's release are not supposed to cry or shed tears. If the ninjutsu releases the person, they will become or be regarded as naga. Yeah. Hello, Delight. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Yeah, facts. Yeah, shout out to Australia, New Zealand. And in Delight, I want to let you know that I watched. Let's see, I got the Masters and Commanders. I think I said that right. I may have gotten that mixed up with that ship movie. I watched it. Yes, I got it right. Master and Commander. I saw that. It was very good. Delight, and it's identical to the pirate game I play, and it's free on YouTube. I saw it on YouTube. For those like Amanda that might want to watch that. So it's when the British were fighting the French in the sea, and it was very similar to the pirate game I play. And Delight told me about it, and I went and saw it. And I enjoyed it very much. It was an excellent movie, and I wish they could have made a sequel to it. But yes, it was very good, very clever. It was amazing. I'm glad that you told me about it. Right now, we're talking about mermaids. All right, so we're going to go into Arabian folklore about it. Facts. I'm glad that yeah, facts. You liked it too. Awesome. All right, this one, 1001 Nights. This is an epic 1001 Arabian Nights. This is an epic, okay? Oh no. Delight says I was really sick with pneumonia and COVID. Ammonia, rather, and COVID. And still recovering. Oh no, Delight. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us now. Prayers to you for your recovery. And also, yeah, I was wondering what happened to you. It's been a long time. It's been a long time, and I wonder what happened to you. So, yeah, thank you for letting us know what happened. Wow. That really sucks. My mom got pneumonia when I was like 4 or 3, or shit, yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was that. It was that. Yeah, she was really sick. Yeah, it was horrible. Yeah, and the light's saying it was horrible. Never been so sick before. Yeah, because when my mom had it when I was like 4, yeah, it was real horrible. Yeah, and then COVID on top of that. Yeah, that's really it's it's being a two front war. Yeah. And Sarah says, look forward to Twilight on YouTube later tonight. And Amanda says, Sarah, I wish they had more of them. The actors are just too old, and they were talking about a TV series just would have different actors. Make any more. Exactly, Sarah. I agree. Different feel to the story. Different feel to the story. So we're going here. 1001 Nights. 1001 Nights is a collective Middle Eastern folk tales compelled Arabic language during the Islamic Golden Age. It is often known in English as the Arabian Nights from English language edition, which rendered its title as the Arabian Nights. And I'll fact check myself, but this story was about like two princes, and one of them, the wife cheated on him, and they like went on this journey, this really long like journey. It was like a giant epic of different things. The title is very epic. I mean, I've never read it, but like I kind of like the summary of it. It's really interesting. And Delight says she can't get vaccinated because of the allergies. Right. Yeah. And with a vaccine, it would like it wouldn't prevent it. It would like maybe get your body used to it or something. So yeah, it would just depend on the situation. Like I understand it with allergies. You know, like I never got one. But, you know, basically with so the vaccine wouldn't have like prevented it in my opinion. It could have eased the effects of it maybe, but yeah, that's all right. I don't think people should be forced to get the vaccines. There's all kinds of different reasons why people wouldn't take it. Yes, that would make sense to like that it's where Aladdin came from. Right. Oh yeah, add it to your reading list. I'm gonna read it at some point after the Moby Dick. That's very good because the Arabian culture and stuff, and they're the Islamic Golden Age. It's very interesting culture. Yeah. Share hair. I know I'm butchering this probably, but get closer. Share hair Zid eh, is a lady told in the 1001 Arabian Nights. Okay, thank you. She said the name of it, of the lady. All right. So in this epic, the collection includes several tales featuring sea people, such as Jul Anar, the Seaborn, and her son Badar Basim of Persia. Unlike depictions of mermaids in the mythologies, These are automatically identical to land-bound humans, differing only in their ability to breathe and live underwater. They came and do the interbred the and interbreed with land humans, and children of such unions have the ability to live underwater. Yes, epic is a good word. The title itself is epic. Okay, like the vibes that title gives is like it's loud, and the story itself is epic too. It's yeah. And can do interbreed with land humans, and the children of such unions have the ability to live underwater. In the tale of Abdullah the fisherman and Abdullah the merman, the protagonist, Abdullah the fisherman, gains the ability to breathe underwater and discovers an underwater society that is portrayed as an inverted reflection of society and land. The underwater society flows from the primitive form flows a form of primitive communism. Ah, okay. You see, that's what I meant, chat, when I told you all the aliens and communism and how it like works with their system. Yeah, is a way of describing a gift economies of hunter gatherers throughout history where resources improperly hunted and gathered are shared with all members of the group, which works fine with small groups, and that's good. I'm not against it. Just it didn't work when they like implemented the Marxist communism didn't really work too well. But this and these little communities of people sharing food and stuff, that's great. That's awesome. But the kind of communism we have now is, and socialism now, it's Marxist Leninism. That was a philosopher that came centuries later. But yeah, societies used to share things and stuff, but it's a little bit, different than the one that came later. Anyway, where concepts like money and clothing do not exist. So it was a stateless, classless society with no money and clothing, which is good. Good that it worked out for them. In the adventures of Bulukia, the protagonist Bulukia's quest for the herb of immortality leads him to explore the seas where he encounters societies of mermaids. The Neo-Tenyu notions of the Caribbean identify a mermaid called Akeia with the attributes of the goddess Jagua and the hibiscus flower of the. So that was the Arabian version. Now I'm going to the American folklore about mermaids. The Neo-Tenyu notions of the Caribbean identify a mermaid called Akeia with attributes of the goddess Jagua, the hibiscus flower of the Maj Agua, tree Hibiscus teleseus. In modern Caribbean culture, there is a mermaid recognized in Haitian voodoo, Loa, called La Sarine, representing wealth, beauty, and the Orisha Yamaya. In Brazilian folklore, the Iria, also known as May o Agua, is a water dwelling beauty whom fishermen are prone to fall prey to. According to 18th century sources, she is a long haired woman who enchant men by night, and those who succumb die drowned by passion. Folklore also blamed disappearances of men on the Laura who lured them, saying in the indigenous language. Other commentators insist is a larva. Laura is a beautiful white woman who lives in a river. Reputed golden haired, through the blonde blue eyed image was not attested until after the mid 19th century to best to the best knowledge of Cam era Cas Kudu. I really took a moment to say a simple word. That's all good. Caskudu is his earlier writings contended that though the Laura was rooted with ingenious beings, interesting there was no white people there, but they saw a white person. So this thing could like shapeshift into different things. And the water devil Lipuria below in the Cobra Grande, he also saw a combining of Portuguese lore of enchanted Moorish girl, who was obviously dark-skinned. The lore became increasingly to be regarded as a woman fish after image of European sirens mermaids. Okay, she's weak and has to lay down again. Okay. And Delight said, knew you would love that film. Well, thank you so much, and get your rest, and thank you for stopping by and telling us hello. All right, shout out to Delight. It is often argued that legends of the Laura developed around 18th century out of indigenous myth of the Lipuria among the Tip in Ababa people. Lipuria was originally conceived as a male water dweller that carried fishermen to the bottom, devouring their mouths and nose and fingertips and genitals. European writers during the age of exploration dismented the myth, but the Gandova included illustrations of hip Euperia with female breasts. Subsequently, the Jesuit Cardium wrote that the Euperia also consisted of females that look like women. Females that look like women with long hair. Females that look like women with long hair. Females that look like women with long hair. Well, what else are they supposed to look like, darn it? Do they think they're trans looking or something? Also consisted of females that looked like women with long hair. I mean, so what else is a woman supposed to look like? A different gender or something? An alien gender? I mean, I'm glad that they look like a woman. That's what the fallen angel was trying to look like, a woman with long hair. What it was supposed to look like was something else? No. Also consisted of females that looked like women with long hair, though somewhat vague in the case of Grandova Cardim. Also clearly injected Christian opinion, which would rarely regulate the role of emasculating men to female kind. Later, with the introduction of African slaves, the Yoruba myth of Limaja was admixed to the telling Lem Anaja. Yes. Yes, Sarah. Hilarious. In his natural history, Pliny Elder remarked that a Triton merman was seen off the coast of Olisipo. Yes, Amanda, there was a new Potter. Yeah, thanks, Sarah. And Sarah says, Alien, the fallen will always be obsessed with the jealous of gender. Yes, they would be jealous of gender. I was thinking the other day, like, Satan and the other ones are these supernatural, interdimensional beings that can do all these cool things and stuff, and they don't die. But they're jealous of us for some reason. But I understand they're jealous of us. I understand why. But it's just to think that they're jealous of us humans, and it's like, look at, I'm just chilling and I'm gonna eat something later when I get off, and there's like a like look, I'm these things are these like godlike beings that could do all this like voodoo stuff. It's, people want what they can't have, I guess. It was a movie, Amanda, as it was. And it bore the physical appearance of, in accordance with common notion of the Triton, according to a deputation from Lisbon who reported it to Emperor Tiberius. So Roman and Lusitania and Gaul. So this is another part of the world: Lusitania, Gaul, and Rome. Okay, so Gaul and in Lusitania, they're talking about Scotland and Ireland, the Celtic lands. Well, this is before those borders. This is before the English invaded them. This is when the Romans invaded it. So this was like when the Celtic people had all of the British Isles. And it bore the physical appearance adorned to the common notion of the Triton, according to the deputation of Lisbon, who reported it to Emperor Tiberius. One Nereid was cited earlier on the same Lisbon coast. Pliny remarks that, contrary to the popular notion that the true Nereidists are not smooth-skinned in their human-like positions, but covered with scales all over the body, these more mournful songs at death have also been heard by the coastal inhabitants. Also, multiple Nereids have washed up to the shore, according to the leg Attius, governor of Gaul, who informed the late Emperor Augustus about it in a letter. 16th century Swedish writer Olaus Mangus quotes the same passage from Pliny and further notes that the Nereid are said to utter dismal moans at hour of her death, thus observing a connection to legend of the sea nymphs and the sister fates whose clashing cymbals and flute tunes could be heard to the shore. Olaus, in later passage, states that Nereid's mermaids are known to slightly plaintively in general. Yeah, scales, exactly. Sea nymphs. And I'll say about nymphs, so a nymph are sea nymphs, 50 daughters of man. It's these daughters of Poseidon, and they're these women that were good. I mean, they weren't good, but they were like these, like alien, like these interdimensional being women that would do stuff like sexual things with men. And Muhammad Atta, the 9/11 hijacker, he told all of them in the book on their like crash course booklet about what to do with the attack is that when they went to heaven after the attack, they would be with the nymphs. But it's like because they, that's what they believe. So the nymphs are these like angelic women that do stuff with men. I guess women too. But anyway, it has been conjectured that these carcasses of Nereids washed up on the shore were presumably seals. So they're gonna get a seal and a mermaid looking thing mixed up. That just doesn't make any sense. Okay, they're hiding something, in my opinion. In 1493, sailing off the coast of Hispaniola, Christopher Columbus spotted three mermaids, Spanish for sirenas, which he sailed were not as beautiful as they are represented due to the masculine features in their faces. He said it's widely believed to have been seen in mantises, or not mermaids. Yes, sea nymphs still trying to. Oh, sea nymphs soul trying to man to alien. Exactly, they're trying to bind the souls together because that's what happens when they do that. It binds the two people together, like a spiritual connection when they do the sexual things. And also, basically, they do that, and that's what they want that to happen. They want to try to corrupt the human line. Yeah, Sarah said, "Oh, I didn't know that of that religion." Yeah, exactly. It's a different thing. Also, also in the Latter Day Saints, they believe in heaven they'll continue having offspring and stuff. So those two beliefs believe in heaven they'll be reproducing more offspring. Yeah, new women but not angelic nymphs. Yeah, soul ties. Yes. Colonial Brazil. Danish physician and natural. Oh, I don't think. Okay, so. But I believe Christopher Columbus saw mermaids. Unpopular opinion. During Henry Hudson's second voyage on 15 June 1608, members of his crew reported sightings of mermaid in the Arctic Ocean, either in the Norwegian or Barents Sea. Dutch explorer David Daniel, during his expeditions in Greenland 1652 to 54, claimed to have spotted a mermaid with flowing hair and very beautiful, though the crew failed to capture it. Yeah, and Sarah says, "Glad Jesus said, we will be as angels, genderless in eternity." Amen. Exactly. Because, like, when they consider Jesus a prophet, but it's like they don't It's like they should follow. I recommend to follow his teachings to the letter. You know, it's like a lot of religions include Jesus, but it's good to follow what Jesus said. Yeah, Amanda. Those pictures are crazy. Wow, alien. That's something from a a nightmare on LSD, or eating some mushrooms and yeah, this is some crazy stuff right there. Bartholian's Siren, 1654. He came into possession of this of its hand and ribs shown right. Danish physician and natural historian Thomas Bartholian. Bartholian, doy. I'm being so mature. I'm ripping on this man's name. It's cool. It's a cool name, but I'm just like Bartholian, like doy. All right. So wrote about mermaid specimen caught in mermaid specimen caught in Brazil. Caught in Brazil. The account was accompanied by an engraved drawing cap- captioned Serene, whose appearance. Okay. Mermaid specimen caught in Brazil, probably yeah, but it's not mantis, but and subsequently dissected at Leiden, though referred to the text as seaman Homo marinus. From Brazil, the account was accompanied by an engraved drawing captured Serene, whose appearance was that of a humanoid female with barred breasts, and the specimen's body was deformed and without the sign of a tail. Marching, drawing, and membrane that join the fingers together, as is also reflected in the drawing, as well as her webbed pair of hands for paws. Well, they're saying that's a her. And and Amanda is saying how the pictures are crazy. But we're looking on the right. Also, Amanda is saying about the hands are like fins. Seen mermaid with fin hands before, makes sense though. The Bible says the fallen mix with animals and sea creatures. Exactly. So this is a type of cryptid from the fallen angels mixing with sea creatures. All right, chat. We're gonna look right into this craziness. We're gonna go right personal. We're going personal. All right. We're going right into your face. Look at this man or this woman. Look at this woman. This thing looks like something nuclear happened. That's the fin. Man, those hands. Looks like the monster from the Black Lagoon. It looks like Shrek in Turbulence. Yeah, you see that? Wow. So imagine you just like on the sea in the ocean for a long time, just chilling, and you see this freakazoid monster nightmare fuel thing just chilling. Yeah, it's like and Amanda says it does that really helps with visuals. Also, Amanda tells Amanda, "This is sad. Imagine being abducted for this reason." And that really, Amanda, it does. It really helps the visuals. But yeah, it is sad. It is sad. Colonial Brazil. Danish physician and natural historian Thomas Bartholian Bartholian wrote about mermaid specimen caught in Brazil, probably no, it's not a manatee, but that's what they think is a manatee. Subsequently dissected at Leibniz. I read all that. So the specimen was body deformed without a sign of a tail. Marching drawings and membrane had joined fingers together also reflected drawings, as well as webbed pair of hands and forepaws. The specimen's account and illustration was later reproduced by Linnaeus, who captioned the beast Siren Bartholiani, hence Bartholian Siren. Alright, so that is also sad. Imagine, okay, being abducted for this reason. Mixing and DNA creating. Alright, so Sarah, it depends on the interpretation or which creature did this, okay? I got even more crazy pictures to show y'all. But, so one theory, no, not a theory, one fact is that the fallen angels mixed with the creatures, so it comes from some hybrid being created through sexual reproduction. And the other thing, the aliens, which the Watchers, whatever they are, abducted two species, and they may have taken some samples from them and infused them together and created a hybrid creature and then put it back. So like scientists, they're taking parts and putting it together like a Frankenstein. And also the mixing through reproduction. So they say an alien abducts it and they put it and piece it together, or take DNA from both beings and mix it together in like a lab. So those are the two possible scenarios of what happened, which both of them probably happened. Okay, both happened. The specimen's account illustration was later reproduced by Linnaeus, who captioned the beast Siren Bartholomew, and Bartholomew was actually not the sole proprietor of the specimen, but came into possession of its hand and ribs, which he also illustrated in his book Figures Above. Based on the illustration, the hand has been determined to be the front flipper belonging to a manatee by a team of researchers, but they're just covering it up what really happened. And Bartholomew himself had argued that it was a sea mammal closely related to sea Pakia. His rationale was that since there are several marine counterparts to land mammals, seahorses, the possibility of a merman creature was striking likeness to a human could not be ruled out, though they should all be classified as among the seal kind. 1668, associated Brazilian specimen with the local native Europa. They really got some funky looking creatures. Chat. What on earth is this? This is another hybrid. It's like the Buddha's fish cousins. Exactly. Do they have ribs? Right, exactly. Look at these creatures. These hybrids. It's crazy, right? Yeah. Johannes Johnston. This was from 1657. Got some ears. Wow, that really is something. Yeah, it reminds me of Buddha's ears. Yeah, Dagon. Yeah, exactly. So you could tell us more about that, Sarah. 17th century Vis Yas. Yeah, it looks like that they got into a fight, and one the other one's about to slap the other. It looks like the other one's dropping a diss track. It looks like the other one is dropping a diss track on him. Like they're rap battling, and he's dropping his mixtape on him, and the other guy's like speechless. He's like, "What are those?" 17th century Viz Ya us. Type of mermaid referred to as anthropomorphous or woman fish or Spanish pechi major. Allegedly inhabited the Spanish ruled Philippines, particularly in the waters around Visayas Islands, according to contemporary writings of the 17th century. Yeah, and Sarah's saying they depicted their gods with those kind of ears. Yep. The accounts are found in several books on various topics. Hey, right now it's 333. From magnetism to natural history to ecclesiastical history. These books refer to mermen as Pisics. Pisicus. Anthropomorphous. And emphasize how human like they appear in their upper bodies, as well as providing woodcut or etchings illustrating the male and female of the part of the human part fish creature. You're correct. Yes. Yeah, facts. Yeah, lucky time. The woman fish, or Pechet majeur, was the name given to the creature among the Spaniards, but the source also state it was called Doyon by the indigenous people and assumed that the actual creature was a dugong. According to modern translator notes, several of these sources mention the medical use of the woman fish to control the flow of blood or for humors. It was effective for staunching the bleeding, effective against hemorrhages, according to Johnston. Other sources mentioned the ability to stop bleeding. Colon, who also thought the Philippine woman fish tasted like fatty pork. Okay, they're eating her. The bones were made into beads, strung together, and it's believed effective against del defictus of the humerus. 18th century Moluccas allegedly captured it in Moluccas, and 17th century was called Abonia mermaid, which its researcher had referred to Samuel Flavius Sarini after the man who came into the possession of the maid painting of it in full color. The painting was a reproduction of Louis Renard on the fish of the region, the first published in 1719. It was supposedly caught in Bourine in Ambon province, presumably according to the years 1706, 1706 and 1712, or perhaps the year 1712 precisely. During this period, Fauliurus served briefly as soldiers of the VOC Dutch East India Company. Dun, 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 dun. Starting June 1706, but turned associate Kran Keberezeker from the Dutch Reformed Church, 1706 to 1712. Was chartered as a trading company and the first joint stock company in the world, established 1602. The States General Netherlands aligned existing companies. Flavius mermaid was additional detail was described by Francios Val and Gian in a 1726 book. The mermaid was 59 Dutch inches long, or 5 feet in Rhineland measures. She reportedly survived 4 days, 7 hours in a water tank, and died after refusing food it was given, having uttered no intelligible sound or issuing sounds like screeching of a mouse. Or issuing sounds like screeching of a mouse. Something like French souris. Something like straw cape, Japanese minnow, appears wrapped around the waist, appearing according to the commentator, but Flavius revealed in his notes that he lifted the front and back fins and found it was shaped like a woman. The mermaid was suspected by Dugong. In reality, even contemporary scholars, such as Grog Rufus, according to Valentinian Valentijn, was unable to believe they were one of the same, leading to researchers Theodore W. Pretich occurs with the dun gong dun 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 ping pong identification, but ichthyologists have opened. I could more easily accept a small oarfish, another eel-like fish, rather than a dungung as part of the basis of drawing, noting that Renard's book carries an illustration of plausible, realistic dungung as well. Oh yeah, we read about that earlier, Sarah. Thanks for refreshing our memory. Oh, Dagon was a Syrian mermaid, a deity. A lot of merfolk in history. Wow, the screaming. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because y'all could see all this stuff that these mermaids do, all the things that goes on with this. The Yus Hung Jiwin scenes and herds, or jotting on south, contains two accounts concerning mermaids. In the first, a man captures a mermaid, sea woman, in the this is the Qin Dynasty China, or shore of Lent Ayu Island, Teiyu Shan. She looks human in every respect except that her body is covered with fine hair of many colors. She cannot talk, but he takes her home and marries her. After his death, the mermaid returns to the sea where she was found. In the second story, a man sees a woman lying on the beach while his ship was archered offshore. On closer inspection, her feet and hands appear to be webbed. She is carried to the water and expresses her gratitude toward the sailors before swimming away. So far, we have 25 views so far. Awesome. U.S. and Canada. Two sightings were reported in Canada near Vancouver and Victoria. One from sometime between 1780 and 1890, 1890, 1890. The often form other form of 1967, a Pennsylvania fisherman reported five sightings of mermaid of the Squishcuna River near Maritina in June 1881. 21st century. In August 2009, after dozens of people reported seeing a mermaid leaping out of the Haifa Bay waters and doing aerial tricks, the Israeli coastal town of Kiryat Yam offered 1 million award for proof of its existence. The February 2012 work was Sover near Gakwi in Mutare in Zimbabwe. Staff and workers refused to continue, stating that mermaids had hounded them away from the sites. It was reported that Samuel Sipia Nikamo, Water Resources Minister. You know how like freaky that has to be for these people, and they'll see these mermaids harassing them. It's very creepy. Their vibes are very creepy because they're fallen beings or like hybrids. So it's like it gives off a lot of blackness and gray. Reconstructed mermaid skeleton. All right, this is the mermaid skeleton. It's a reconstruction of it. You see these hybrids. God intended humans to be like having legs and stuff, but it doesn't even have legs. It just has a mermaid tail. It's only half a human. Sarah says sea residing shapeshifting fallen. This is a mummified sea devil. Now, so there's alleged fakes. This is an alleged, but they could be real. They're just telling us they're fake. Yeah, this is the Japanese one I was talking about. Amanda would think that's freaky too. And this is this man. This man like a salesman at your door. This is a cocky looking mermaid right here. This man can looks like what's it called? He looks like the face of the moon plastered on a bicycle. I mean, it looks like an alien. Yeah, exactly. It looks like an alien. These are some depictions of the mermaids. It looks like the pumpkin head from the horror movie. Yeah, it did. It sure did. Those are some mermaids in the water. Those are some more. Her hairstyle is nice. At my prom, my girlfriend had the hairstyle like that. But yeah, so it's playing the harp. That's some things in their mythology. And human myth interpretations. Human nature is internally inconsistent that our continuities with our differences from Earth's and other animals are mysterious and profound, and these continuities and These differences lie both the sense of strangeness on Earth and possible key to way of feeling at home here. The topic of mermaids in earnest has ascertained in several instances of scientific insecurity scrutiny, including biological assessment of the unlikelihood of the supposed evolutionary biological mermaid, popular merman, marine science, and this is what they're saying. They're more guillotine adaptations by regular body heat. To keep the body temperature in a correct state. Evolutionary mismatch, reproductive challenges, digestive differences between mammals and fish, lack of physical evidence. You see, these people, they like to be technical and logical about things, but when we're dealing with these other realms, that it could be a shapeshifter being that's pretending to look like that, or it just worked out that way because through the fallen angel genetics, I was able to do it, and they wouldn't accept that. They think I'm the biggest clown on Earth, the biggest con man trickster ever to get. But no, this I'm basing this all on facts that people may not want to accept. Like the Fiji mermaid. Yeah, this is the Fiji mermaid. It's like a meme. It's like silently screaming. And also that. All right. Amen. All right. In horror aldrai. So it's like the coat of arms. The change of mermaid is commonly represented with a comb and a mirror, blazoned mermaid and her vanity. In addition, vanity mermaids are also a symbol of equinance. Oh yeah, exactly, exactly. Mermaid with two tails referred to Melusine. Melusines appear in German Hereditary, Hell Hereditary, and less frequently in British versions. We had depictions of mermaids all over the world. That's a British ship. It looks so cool. As well as the fallen, the thrones and principalities manipulating mankind spiritually and physically. Exactly. Amen, Sarah. Even though imagery's in our culture. Exactly. I know they're so cringe. These are just some like artwork of mermaids. Yeah, you're curious about the tails. Yeah. Yeah, this is like a look a dog, a human, and it's just cringe what those fallen angels did. mixing with a dog, a human, and a fish. This is Gallica. Those are some more in Portugal in 1151. A couple of mermaids chilling in Greece. Dude looks real scared. But that thing looks like it has hoofs for legs. It's a satyr. So that thing, it's a hybrid, two hybrid humans. See, it has like a, it has a its torso, and it all has all those hoofs and all. Very good artwork. Yeah. So yeah, these are the depictions of mermaids throughout the different civilizations. (1873). You see, it's like it has human attributes, especially down here, but it's just its leg is a giant fish. It's like a fish body. So it has the same organs and stuff a human would have. So it just doesn't have legs. Yes, Amanda, I agree. It's very beautiful artwork. Yeah, pretending to be harmless. Right. Yeah, that's all of them. It's so cute. So I mean, it's so enchanting. Very great artwork. I remember, you know, not that I remember, but seeing they have a baby. There is a baby mermaid. There's a baby mermaid, and like they're all just like chilling and having a good time. I could go even closer. I think it's probably purposeful. Or what happens is with a hybrid Sarah is that you're going to have glitches, so that's why it's not complete. So it's like kind of like both answers are correct. This is a little. It looks terrified out of its mind, but this is a baby mermaid. Yeah, they're trying to be God when they're not. Exactly. Well, look, that thing looks like she's on crack right there. And this is the red hair lady's like just like shocked, like she's just frozen, does not even know what to do. Oh my god. Yeah, trying to be God when they're not. Exactly. Yeah, that's a merman and a mermaid. And that's Cyrillic. So that's like a Russian Slavic language. So, a Russian Slavic person made this, and that's the mermaid and a merman. The Little Mermaid. And that's them by one of those ships like in the pirate game, and that's them all like chilling in the water. Mermaid coat of arms. Yeah, very good. Yeah, very good. Yeah, see, this is falling for a man. That's a mermaid seducing a man and creating more hybrids. 1920. Now that's like Greece. All right. Yeah, that was some really good artwork and depictions of these beings, about those creatures. Right, and Sarah's saying some artwork trying to promote and some as warnings. Yeah, true. Right. So basically, in the situation that we, we studied about these mermaids and the Nephilims. You're welcome, Sarah. That was pretty cool. This is Thor with some of these like interdimensional being creatures with his goats and stuff that fly around with him, and he's like saying, "Nah, nah." He order in the court. Yeah, the Vikings fighting a giant. And this is Thor, because Thor really had red hair, and his goats they help him fly. Like he has like a chariot, and he has a chariot instead of horses. He has goats, and he flies around the sky. And that's him. Another depiction of him. Like I showed Sarah this one time, but like basically, Amanda, like this thing, he flies across the sky. But what that really is was probably a UFO. It's a Nordic mythology. So like right here also. He flies around. He raises his hammer up high, and he causes thunder. So that's some. I was talking about the Viking stuff earlier. I was talking about the something with the Norse giants earlier. Yeah. All right. Well, tonight went very well, and also, I covered everything I wanted to cover. So now I'm going to be ending it. So we're wrapping it up in a moment. So basically, I enjoyed tonight, and I learned a lot about the mermaids and different things, and all of you did too, and the Nephilims and stuff. Also, those that go back and watch the replay, you could see the beginning part, and also, yeah, you're welcome for sharing, Sandra. Sarah. Okay, and we'll check something right here. Sarah says was great show. We'll be watching from the start. Okay, thank you, Sarah. Thank you all for coming. Those that are watching and listening, you all that stayed and hung in there. I appreciate you all very much. And y'all have a good morning, good night, good afternoon, wherever y'all are. And Sarah says hello to Mary and all of you that watching a replay to this point. I'm glad that you all watched it this far into the stream. All right, that's all I have to say. Everybody, see you all a little bit later, Friday, and there will be more phone lives also. All that there'll be more phone lives. Okay, everybody. And she says, Amanda, enjoy book reading. Happy chatting with you. Okay, peace.